Welcome, dear friends, to a soothing retreat from the day's hustle and bustle. Here you can enjoy delightful and calming stories, ad-free, over on our Patreon. As you settle in, allow the gentle narration to whisk you away to a world of wonder and tranquility. We're truly grateful to spend this enchanting evening with you. Let go of your worries, cozy up, and embrace the serene moment that awaits. Story 1. Once upon a starlit night, in a small village nestled deep within an ancient forest, a young girl named Willow stared out her bedroom window in wonder. The cool night air carried the sweet fragrance of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the night knew. Beyond the twinkling fireflies dancing like miniature lanterns, she spied a faint glimmer among the trees, a light that seemed to beckon her like a long-forgotten friend, its glow as soft as the moonlight resting on a calm lake. Curiosity tugging at her every heartbeat, Willow tiptoed out of her cottage, careful not to disturb the creaky wooden floorboards. The night was alive with the symphony of crickets and the distant call of an owl. She followed the gentle glow through the whispering woods, where the scent of earth and pine mingled in the air. Her bare feet brushed against the cool, dew-laden grass, grounding her to this magical realm. Her journey through the woods was more than just an adventure. It was a rite of passage. As she moved deeper into the forest, the gentle caress of the night breeze seemed to carry with it the voices of the ancient trees, each one sharing its own story. At times, she could almost hear the soft patter of past footsteps on the very path she walked, a reminder of those who had come before her. Before long, she found herself in a sunlit meadow, a hidden sanctuary where towering wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze, their golden petals shimmering like tiny suns. The meadow was alive with the hum of bees and the lazy drift of butterflies. And there, in the heart of this secret glade, hovered a radiant orb, a tiny, pulsing star whose light seemed to weave a tapestry of dreams. As Willow reached out to touch the celestial light, it swirled around her outstretched hand, casting off a warm, soothing glow. In that moment, she sensed a profound connection, as if the star's very essence flowed through her veins. A voice, soft yet powerful, echoed in her mind. "Willow, you have been chosen as a guardian of the forest. This light is the spark of an ancient magic that will guide you on a journey of wonder and courage." And so began Willow's extraordinary adventure. Guided by the star's gentle luminance, she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, discovering hidden realms where nature's sublime beauty intertwined with enchantment. Towering trees, their branches cradling entire ecosystems, rose like ancient sentinels. Crystal-clear streams bubbled with life, their waters harboring secrets from a bygone age. The air was filled with the ethereal music of nature, a melody that only those attuned to the forest's heartbeat could hear. As she traversed this verdant wonderland, Willow encountered beings both strange and wondrous. A family of playful pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering like rainbows, showed her how to coax the shyest woodland creatures from their hiding places. A wizened treant, its gnarled bark etched with the wisdom of eons, taught her the ancient languages of the forest, allowing her to converse with the very trees themselves. Yet, not all she discovered was so benevolent. Lurking in the shadows dwelled dark forces that sought to disrupt the delicate balance of nature. Twisted, thorny vines lashed out, ensnaring any who dared trespass their domain. Cunning tricksters, born of malice and greed, wove intricate illusions to lead the unwary astray. And deep beneath the loamy soil, an ancient evil stirred, a blight that threatened to poison the very lifeblood of the forest. Through it all, the star's radiance was Willow's steadfast companion, lighting her path and bolstering her courage. She learned to trust in its guidance, finding strength she never knew she had, and she was not alone in her quest. A most unlikely ally appeared in the form of Bram, a surly but golden-hearted badger whose gruff exterior concealed a fierce loyalty. His fur was rough and weathered, but his eyes held a gentle wisdom. Together, they forged an unbreakable bond of friendship, each drawing strength from the other in their darkest hours. Their journey was marked by trials that tested not only their skills but their spirits. In one particularly challenging encounter, they found themselves trapped in a labyrinth of thorns, the air thick with the scent of decay. It was Bram's keen nose and Willow's newfound ability to communicate with the plants that guided them to safety, teaching her that even the darkest paths held lessons worth learning. As Willow's journey continued, she discovered that the forest's woes were but a symptom of a far greater peril. A once noble sorcerer, seduced by the lure of power, had shattered the delicate balance between the natural and mystical realms. His reckless pursuit of arcane knowledge had unleashed a corruption that now seeped into every crevice of the wilderness, tainting all it touched. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in twilight, Willow and Bram found themselves at the edge of a mysterious lake. The surface was smooth as glass, reflecting the sky's twilight hues. Willow knelt by the water, feeling a strange pull. As her fingers grazed the surface, ripples spread out, revealing visions of the past, a time when the sorcerer was a guardian, much like herself, his heart pure and intentions noble. The visions revealed a pivotal moment, a temptation that had led him astray, a thirst for knowledge that had twisted into an insatiable hunger for power. Willow watched as the sorcerer, consumed by darkness, turned his back on the forest's whispers, deaf to its cries for preservation. Understanding dawned upon Willow. She realized that the sorcerer's tale was a cautionary one, a reminder of the fragility of the bond between the guardians and the forest. Yet, it also spoke of redemption and the power of choice. With each challenge they overcame, Willow and Bram grew in wisdom and resolve. They rallied the forest's guardians, from the mischievous pixies to the ancient traints, forming an alliance that spanned the breadth of the woodlands. At every turn, the star's radiance guided them, revealing hidden pathways and ancient secrets that had long been forgotten. The very forest seemed to breathe with them, its pulse synchronized with their own. At last, their quest led them to the sorcerer's fallen citadel, a sinister edifice of blackened stone that clawed at the sky like a twisted hand. Here, in the heart of darkness, they faced their greatest trial, a gauntlet of cunning traps and vicious guardians, all bent on thwarting their advance. The air was thick with the acrid scent of magic gone awry. Yet, when all seemed lost, when the corrupting tendrils of darkness threatened to overwhelm them, Willow realized the true power of the star's gift. It was not merely a guiding light, but a conduit for the very essence of life itself, the pure, unbridled energy that flowed through every leaf, every stream, every living creature in the forest. Drawing upon this wellspring of power, Willow unleashed a searing torrent of light, banishing the shadows and scouring the corruption from the land. The sorcerer's citadel crumbled, reduced to dust and ruin, and the blight that had festered for so long was purged from the forest's heart. The air cleared, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh rain, a promise of renewal. As the dust settled, Willow and Bram stood in the heart of a verdant paradise reborn. The trees stretched their branches toward the sky, their leaves singing with renewed vigor. The streams danced and sparkled, their waters pure and life-giving once more. And everywhere, the forest's guardians rejoiced, their ancient home restored to its former glory. In that moment of triumph, the star's voice echoed in Willow's mind once more. "You have proven yourself a true guardian, Willow. The forest's light now burns within you, a beacon of hope and renewal for all who call these woods their home. Treasure it always, and let it guide you on whatever paths lie ahead." As the jubilant forest celebrated, Willow felt a new sensation, a gentle tugging at her consciousness. She realized that this was the forest's way of communicating its gratitude and its need. The trees, the streams, the creatures, all shared a collective sigh of relief and whispered a silent promise of vigilance against future darkness. In the weeks that followed, Willow and Bram dedicated themselves to restoring balance to the forest. They visited each corner of the woodlands, healing wounds left by the sorcerer's corruption. At the heart of the forest, they planted new seeds imbued with the star's magic, promising life and harmony. One evening, after a long day of work, Willow sat by the edge of a newly restored glade. The setting sun painted the sky with hues of orange and purple, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of life. She reflected on how far she had come from the curious girl who had first followed a glimmering light into the woods. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment and purpose, knowing that her journey had only just begun. Bram, sensing her pensive mood, nudged her gently. "You did well, young guardian," he said in his gruff, comforting voice. "The forest is alive because of you." Willow smiled at her friend, grateful for his steadfast companionship. "Because of us," she corrected, reaching down to scratch behind his ear. "I couldn't have done it without you." Together, they watched as the first stars appeared in the sky, a reminder of the celestial light that had sparked Willow's journey. It was a symbol of hope, a beacon guiding her through the darkness, and a constant reminder of the power within her. As the night deepened, Willow felt a sense of anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. She knew that the forest would continue to be her home and her responsibility, and she was ready to protect it with all her heart. With Bram by her side and the star's light within her, she was prepared for whatever challenges the future might hold. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Willow and Bram settled down for the night, their hearts filled with peace and their spirits intertwined with the ancient magic of the forest. The world around them seemed to hum with life, a symphony of sounds that spoke of renewal and promise. And Willow, guardian and protector, knew that the forest would always be her guiding light, just as she was for it. As the first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, Willow turned her face to the rising sun, a contented smile upon her lips. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a guardian of nature's most precious realms, her spirit tempered by courage and her heart overflowing with the magic of the wild places. And somewhere, in the deepest reaches of the forest, a new light flickered to life, the spark of another young guardian's journey just beginning. The forest, vibrant and alive, whispered promises of adventures yet to unfold, and Willow knew that she would be ready to meet them, with Bram by her side and the forest's light forever in her heart. The cycle of guardianship continued, a testament to the enduring bond between the forest and those who pledged to protect its wonders. Beyond the immediate restoration, Willow found herself pondering the deeper mysteries of the forest. She began to spend more evenings conversing with the Traints, learning of ancient rituals and forgotten lore. The Traints, in turn, shared tales of a time when the forest's magic was even more potent, when guardians wielded powers that shaped the very land. Intrigued, Willow delved into these stories, hoping to unearth knowledge that might strengthen her bond with the forest. One particularly enchanting evening, beneath a sky awash with stars, the Treant elder, Rootwise, beckoned Willow to a secluded grove. The air was thick with anticipation, and the ground seemed to pulse with hidden energy. Rootwise, with a voice like rustling leaves, began an incantation, drawing forth the ancient spirits of the forest. Willow watched in awe as ethereal forms emerged from the shadows, their presence both majestic and humbling. "You seek deeper understanding, young guardian," Rootwise intoned. "The forest has chosen you not only as its protector, but as its scholar, its seeker of truths." The spirits, ageless and wise, imparted their knowledge, revealing secrets of harmony and balance. They spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of how the forest's health depended on the respect and cooperation of every creature within its bounds. Willow absorbed their teachings, feeling the weight of her responsibility grow, yet also feeling more empowered than ever before. In the days that followed, armed with newfound wisdom, Willow initiated new practices among the forest's inhabitants, encouraging cooperation and understanding between species that had once been at odds. Her leadership inspired a renewed sense of community, and the forest thrived like never before. And so, as the seasons changed and the forest continued to flourish, Willow's journey as a guardian evolved. The bond she shared with the land deepened, and her understanding of its mysteries grew richer with each passing day. Though challenges would surely come, she was prepared to face them with courage and wisdom. Guided by the light of the stars and the enduring spirit of the forest, she called home. Story 2: The Whispering Willow and the Midnight Journey. In a sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there stood an ancient willow tree. Its branches cascaded like woven curtains, swaying gently in the breeze, and its leaves whispered tales of old to anyone who dared to pause and listen. Known among the villagers as the Whispering Willow, this tree held secrets deep within its gnarled bark, secrets it shared only with those who sought them with a pure heart. On the edge of this quaint village, where cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, lived a young girl named Lila. She was a curious soul, often found wandering through fields of wildflowers or wading through babbling brooks, her imagination as boundless as the sky itself. Her heart brimmed with wonder, and her eyes sparkled with the kind of magic that only children could see. Her mother, a gentle woman with hair like spun gold and eyes that mirrored the azure skies, often recounted stories of the world beyond the hills, igniting an insatiable thirst for adventure in Lila's heart. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lila sat beneath the whispering willow. The air was cool and carried the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. As Lila leaned against the sturdy trunk, she felt a gentle vibration, as if the tree itself was trying to speak. The breeze carried a faint melody, sweet yet haunting, that danced around her like a whispered promise. "Tell me your secrets," Lila whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. To her surprise, a soft voice emerged from the tree, weaving words like a gentle melody. "Dear child," it began, "within my branches lies a world unseen, a realm untouched by time, but only those with a pure heart and an open mind may find their way." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. "How do I find it?" she asked eagerly. "Follow the silver thread," the willow replied cryptically, its whispers fading into the night. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lila returned home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, Lila lay awake, her thoughts dancing like fireflies. And then she saw it, a glimmering strand of silver light seeping through her window, as fine as a spider's silk. Intrigued, Lila rose from her bed and followed the thread, which shimmered like stardust in the moonlight. It led her past the slumbering houses, across the meadow where shadows played beneath the moon, and into the heart of the ancient forest, where the whispering willow stood. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the silver thread guided her to a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. There at the center stood an archway made of intertwined branches and vines, pulsating with a soft, ethereal glow. Lila hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding with anticipation and a tinge of fear. But her curiosity and the promise of a hidden world urged her forward. Stepping through the archway, Lila felt a gentle tug, as if she were being pulled into a dream. Colors swirled around her, vibrant and alive, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft hum of distant melodies. She found herself in a world unlike any she had ever imagined, a place where the sky was a tapestry of luminous stars and the ground sparkled with dew like a field of diamonds. In this enchanted land, the trees whispered in symphonies, and the animals spoke in gentle tones. Lila wandered through meadows of whispering grasses, where butterflies with wings like stained glass danced in the air. She marveled at rivers that shimmered with liquid light, and mountains that reached for the heavens, their peaks kissed by the sun. As she explored this magical realm, Lila encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that glowed like emeralds. The fox bowed its head in greeting and spoke in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "Welcome, traveler. I am Finn, guardian of the Whispering Realm. What brings you to our land?" Lila smiled, her eyes wide with wonder. "I followed the silver thread," she explained, "and it led me here. I wanted to see the hidden world the Whispering Willow spoke of." Finn nodded, his tail swishing gracefully. "The willow has chosen you well. This realm is a place of magic and mystery where dreams take flight and the heart finds its true path. But beware, for not all who enter are prepared for the journey." Lila's curiosity deepened. "What must I do?" "You must seek the heart of the realm," Finn replied, his gaze steady and wise. "It lies beyond the Valley of Echoes, guarded by challenges that test the spirit and the soul. Only those who are true of heart may find it." With Finn by her side, Lila set out on her quest, her heart filled with determination. As they journeyed through the Whispering Realm, she encountered trials that tested her courage and wisdom. In the forest of reflections, she faced her fears, confronting shadows that whispered doubts and insecurities. With Finn's guidance, she learned to see beyond the illusions and trust in herself. In the meadow of memories, she met spirits who shared tales of laughter and sorrow, teaching her the value of empathy and understanding. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of life, weaving connections between past and present, joy and pain. As dawn broke on their journey, they stopped by a serene lake with waters like polished glass. Finn told Lila of the lake's magic. It reflected not only the physical, but also the truths hidden within one's heart. As Lila gazed into the depths, she saw flickers of her own fears, of failing, of being alone, and realized that the journey was as much about self-discovery as it was about exploring the realm. Finally, they reached the Valley of Echoes, where the air hummed with ancient songs and the ground shimmered like liquid gold. At the heart of the valley stood a majestic tree, its branches reaching for the stars. This was the heart of the realm, pulsating with a soft, radiant light. As Lila approached, the tree's light enveloped her, filling her with warmth and peace. She felt a deep connection to the land, to the creatures and spirits that dwelled within it, and to herself. It was as if the whispers of the willow had come alive, guiding her to this moment of clarity and truth. With a gentle touch, Lila placed her hand on the tree, and the world around her shimmered with 1,000 colors. She felt the essence of the realm flow through her, a river of wisdom and love. In that moment, she understood the true power of the Whispering Realm, a place where dreams were born, where hope and kindness thrived, and where the heart found its true home. As the light faded, Lila found herself standing once more in the glade, the silver thread still shimmering in the moonlight. Finn stood beside her, his emerald eyes filled with warmth. "You have found the heart of the realm, and in doing so, you have found your own," he said gently. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked Finn and the Whispering Realm for the journey that had changed her forever. As she stepped back through the archway, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that the magic of the realm would always be with her, a whisper in the wind, a shimmer in the night. Returning to her village, Lila carried the lessons of the Whispering Realm with her, sharing stories of kindness and wisdom with those around her. She understood now that the magic of the world lay not in hidden realms, but in the connections we forge with each other, in the love and compassion that bind us all. And so, the village flourished with laughter and light, the whispers of the willow echoing through the hearts of its people. For in the end, it was not the journey itself, but the love and friendship found along the way that truly transformed the world. Under the watchful gaze of the Whispering Willow, Lila grew, her heart forever entwined with the magic of the realm. And though the silver thread had faded, she knew that the whispers of the willow would always guide her, a gentle reminder of the wonders that lay within and the power of dreams to change the world. As the years passed, Lila often returned to the Whispering Willow, finding solace beneath its ancient branches. The villagers noticed a change in her, a quiet strength and a radiant joy that seemed to touch everyone she met. Inspired by her tales, the children of the village would gather around her, eager to hear stories of the mystical realms and the adventures that awaited beyond the hills. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and violet, Lila's mother joined her beneath the willow. Her eyes, like pools of sky, reflected the warmth of the setting sun. "You've brought such light to our village, Lila," she said softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Tell me, what did you find in the realm that made such a difference?" Lila looked at her mother, the woman whose stories had sparked the adventure in her heart. "I found myself," she replied, her voice filled with quiet wonder. "I learned that the magic of the realm was just a mirror reflecting the magic within us all. It's in the kindness we show, the dreams we nurture, and the courage to follow the whispers of our hearts." Her mother's smile was like the first light of dawn, filled with pride and understanding. Together, they watched as the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, each one a beacon of hope and possibility. And though the Whispering Willow remained a silent guardian of its secrets, its whispers continued to echo through the village, a reminder of the journeys yet to come, and the dreams that awaited those who dared to listen. In the passing years, as the village thrived under the nurturing spirit that Lila's stories had ignited, a new tradition began to take root. Each year on the night of the harvest moon, the villagers gathered beneath the Whispering Willow. They brought with them tales of their own, stories of courage, love, and dreams realized. Under the star-strewn sky, they shared these stories, weaving a tapestry of voices that echoed through the night. Lila, now a young woman with eyes that held the wisdom of the realm, listened with a heart full of joy. She saw the spark of adventure in the eyes of the children, the quiet strength in the smiles of the elders, and the bonds of friendship that had grown among her people. As the night deepened, Lila stood before the village, her voice steady and warm. The Whispering Realm taught me that magic is not just in the places we journey to, but in the hearts we touch along the way. It is in our dreams and in the courage to follow them, no matter where they may lead. With the moon casting its silvery glow, Lila raised her hand to the whispering willow. "May the whispers of the willow guide us all," she said, her voice a gentle melody that mingled with the rustling leaves. "And may we always find the courage to listen." One late winter evening, the village was blanketed in a soft layer of snow, and a hush fell over the land. Lila, now carrying the wisdom of years, found herself alone beneath the whispering willow once more. The cold air nipped at her cheeks, yet the tree's presence provided warmth and comfort like an old friend. The stars twinkled brightly above, their light refracting off the snow like scattered diamonds. As she sat, she noticed a movement among the branches. It was a small bird, its feathers a vibrant mix of blues and greens, perched delicately on a branch. It seemed to nod in acknowledgement of her presence, its eyes reflecting the same wisdom she had come to cherish. The bird sang a soft, melodic tune, its notes rising and falling with a rhythm that resonated deep within her soul. In that moment, Lila felt a profound connection not only to the Whispering Realm, but to the world around her. She realized that the magic she had found was not confined to distant lands or hidden glades. It was present in every moment, in every breath, and in every connection she made. The bird's song, the whisper of the willow, the laughter of the village children, they were all threads in the tapestry of life. As the bird took flight, its silhouette cast against the moonlit sky, Lila knew that her journey was far from over. There would always be new paths to explore, new stories to hear, and new dreams to follow. The Whispering Willow had taught her that life itself was the greatest adventure of all. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, Lila rose, leaving behind her footprints in the snow, a testament to the journey she had taken and the boundless possibilities that awaited her. Under the watchful gaze of the Whispering Willow, Lila's story continued, woven into the fabric of the village and beyond. The whispers of the willow echoed on, a reminder that magic is found in the everyday, and that the heart's journey is the most important journey of all. Story 3. Under the gentle glow of the twin moons, the world of Lyrian shimmered like a jewel in the vast tapestry of the cosmos. The air was sweet with the scent of luminescent flowers that bloomed only at night, their petals unfurling in a symphony of colors that danced across the landscape. The ground was soft underfoot, a carpet of moss that cushioned every step and whispered secrets with each touch. It was here, amidst the whispering leaves and the soft rustle of the forest, that two unlikely companions found themselves drawn together by the threads of destiny. On one side of the forest, a young Lyrian named Sela wandered, her emerald skin glistening under the moonlight. The cool breeze played with her vine-like hair, which smelled of fresh rain, a comforting aroma that reminded her of home. Her eyes, like polished jade, reflected the wisdom of her ancestors, a depth of knowledge passed down through generations. Sela was known for her gentle heart and the way she could coax life from the very soil with her touch. Yet, despite her nurturing nature, she longed for something more than the confines of her verdant world. Her heart yearned for stories untold, for landscapes uncharted by her kin, and for the whispers of adventures that lay beyond the horizon. From the other side of the galaxy came Taro, a traveler from the planet Zenthara. His kind were known for their brilliant minds and shimmering, metallic bodies that reflected the light of distant stars, creating a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors with each movement. His presence felt like a cool breeze under the blazing sun, a soothing contrast. Taro was curious and adventurous, with eyes that glowed a soft silver, ever seeking the mysteries of the universe. He had journeyed far, driven by a desire to learn and understand, but he had never expected to find himself on a world so alive with magic. He was driven by a promise to his people to bring back stories and knowledge, a task that weighed as heavily on his heart as a galaxy of stars. Their meeting was not orchestrated by fate, but rather by a simple twist of circumstance. Sela, tending to a grove of night-blooming orchids, stumbled upon Taro as he studied the strange flora of her world. At first, there was confusion, for neither had seen the like of the other before. Sela's heart raced with a mix of fear and curiosity, while Taro's analytical mind struggled to comprehend the vibrant being before him. The air was thick with anticipation, the silence between them heavy yet promising. "Who are you?" Sela asked, her voice a soft melody in the night, as delicate as the rustle of the leaves. Her words seemed to hang in the air as if the forest itself was listening. "I am Taro, from Zenthara," he replied, his voice carrying the cool, metallic timbre of his kind. "And you?" His words were methodical, carefully chosen, as if he were navigating a new star map. "Sela of Lyrian," she said, her fear giving way to fascination. "Why have you come here?" Her curiosity was as palpable as the earth beneath her feet, grounding her in this unfamiliar encounter. Taro hesitated, searching for the right words. "I seek knowledge and understanding. Your world is unlike any I have known." His eyes scanned the horizon, taking in the vibrant hues of the night, each shade a new revelation. Their initial conversation was stilted, filled with pauses and missteps, as they grappled with the differences between their worlds. Yet beneath the surface of their words, a bond began to form, as fragile and beautiful as the orchids that surrounded them. Days turned into weeks, and the unlikely pair found themselves drawn together, learning from one another in ways they had never anticipated. Sela showed Taro the wonders of her world, the way the trees sang with the dawn and the rivers whispered secrets of the ages. The songs of the forest were a language in themselves, a melody that spoke to the heart. She taught him to listen to the subtle rhythms of the forest, to feel the pulse of life beneath his feet. In return, Taro shared stories of distant stars and galaxies, his words painting pictures of places Sela had only dreamed of. His tales were like constellations, each one a point of light connecting to form a greater picture of the cosmos. Their friendship deepened in the face of shared challenges. One day a dark storm rolled across the horizon, threatening to uproot the delicate ecosystem of Sela's beloved forest. The winds howled and the skies wept torrents of rain, and it seemed as though all would be lost. The air was charged with electricity, and the tension was a living thing, coiling around them. But together, Sela and Taro faced the storm. Sela, with her deep connection to the earth, calmed the trembling roots, whispering to them the strength of the ages. Her hands moved with purpose, her touch a balm to the frightened plants. Taro, with his knowledge of technology, devised a plan to divert the floodwaters, using his tools to carve new channels for the streams. His machines hummed and clicked, an orchestra of innovation working in harmony with nature. Through their combined efforts, they saved the forest, and in the process solidified their bond. As the storm clouds parted and the first rays of dawn touched the land, they stood together, hand in hand, their hearts full of gratitude and understanding. The forest sang its thanks, a chorus of life reborn. In the aftermath of the storm, they talked beneath the stars, their voices weaving a tapestry of warmth and comfort. "I never thought I'd find a friend in one so different from myself," Sela confessed, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Her words were a bridge between their worlds, a connection forged in the heart. "Nor I," Taro admitted, his metallic skin reflecting the gentle light. "But I have learned that true friendship knows no bounds, no barriers of world or form." His voice was like a gentle stream, calm and assured. As they lay on the soft grass that night, the world around them seemed to hum with a gentle, harmonious melody, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, hearts could find a home in the most unexpected of places. Their friendship continued to blossom like the night-blooming orchids that had first witnessed their meeting. They explored the depths of Lyrian's forests and the heights of its starlit peaks, each discovery a new thread in the tapestry of their bond. The world was rich with color and sound, each moment a new note in their shared symphony. There were moments of misunderstanding, of course. times when Sella's earthbound intuition clashed with Taro's logical precision. But each misunderstanding became an opportunity for growth, a chance to see the world through the other's eyes. They learned to communicate not just with words, but with gestures and shared experiences, their connection deepening with each passing day. One evening, they ventured to the Mystic Lake, a place whispered of in Lyrian folklore, where the water was said to mirror the heart's true desires. As they approached, the lake shimmered under the twin moons, casting an ethereal glow that seemed to beckon them closer. The air was thick with magic, each breath a taste of the extraordinary. Sella knelt by the water, her reflection mingling with the stars above. "What do you see?" she asked Taro, her voice barely above a whisper. Taro gazed into the lake, his own reflection a mosaic of silver light. "I see. A journey," he said, turning to Sella with a new light in his eyes. "A journey we take together, filled with questions and discoveries." His words were a promise, a vow to walk this path beside her. Sella smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "I'm glad you found your way to Lyrian. I cannot imagine this place without you." Her voice was a song, a melody of companionship. Their adventures continued, each day bringing new challenges and discoveries. They learned to navigate the intricacies of each other's worlds, finding joy in the differences that had once seemed so vast. Together, they faced the trials of the universe, their friendship a beacon of light in the darkness. As the seasons turned, they were reminded of the ever-changing nature of life. The forest, once so vibrant with the hues of summer, began to take on the rich, golden tones of autumn. The air was crisp and carried the scent of fallen leaves, a reminder of the passage of time. In these moments of reflection, Sella and Taro found solace in each other's company, their shared laughter a balm against the chill of the encroaching winter. They spoke of dreams and hopes, of the places they would go and the things they would see. One day, as they sat by a crackling fire beneath the star-strewn sky, Taro turned to Sella, his eyes filled with a gentle resolve. "I have decided to stay here, on Lyrian," he said, his voice steady. "This world has become my home, and you, my family." His words were a foundation, a new beginning built on the bedrock of their friendship. Sella's heart soared at his words, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "I am so glad," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "Together, we can build a life full of wonder and adventure." Her words were a thread, weaving their futures together. As the fire crackled and the stars danced overhead, Sella and Taro closed their eyes, content in the knowledge that they had found their place in the cosmos. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, their hearts united in a bond as enduring as the universe itself. And in the gentle embrace of the night, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the unbreakable strength of their friendship. Their story became a part of Lyrian's lore, a tale of unlikely companions who overcame the barriers of their worlds to discover the true meaning of friendship. It was a story whispered by the winds and sung by the rivers, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, there was always room for love and understanding. Yet beneath this newfound harmony, there lingered a question, a quiet whisper that beckoned them to explore further. One morning, as the sun's first light brushed the sky, Sella awoke with a sense of urgency. "Taro," she called softly, rousing him from his slumber. "There is a place I have heard of, deep within the heart of the forest. The elders speak of it in hushed tones, the grove of ancients. It is said to hold the wisdom of our world, a place where the past and future intertwine." Taro's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Then it is a journey we must undertake," he said, his voice filled with determination. They set out at dawn, the forest alive with the sounds of creatures stirring from their nocturnal rest. The path was narrow and winding, a tapestry of light and shadow guiding their way. As they delved deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, infused with the scent of ancient wood and earth. The trees here were immense, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching high into the sky like the arms of giants. The Grove of Ancients was a place untouched by time, where the whispers of history lingered in every rustle of leaves. In the heart of the grove, they found a clearing, bathed in a gentle, ethereal light. At its center stood a towering tree, its bark a deep, rich brown that seemed to pulse with life. Its leaves shimmered with a luminescent glow, casting a warm, inviting light. Sela approached the tree, her heart pounding with reverence and anticipation. "This is the heart of Lyrian," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "Here, the past and future are woven together, a tapestry of our world's journey." Taro joined her, his gaze steady and contemplative. "What wisdom does it hold?" he wondered aloud, reaching out to touch the tree's bark. As his fingers brushed its surface, he felt a surge of energy, a connection to the world around him that transcended the boundaries of time and space. In that moment, Sela and Taro were enveloped in a vision, a glimpse of Lyrian's past, its struggles and triumphs, and the endless cycle of life and renewal. They saw the birth of stars and the dance of galaxies, a cosmic ballet that mirrored their own journey. And they understood, in a way they never had before, the profound interconnectedness of all things. When the vision faded, they stood in silence, their hearts full of gratitude and wonder. "We are but a part of something greater," Sela said softly, her voice filled with a newfound understanding. "Our journey is but a single thread in the tapestry of the universe." Taro nodded, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ancients. "And yet, every thread is essential," he replied, his voice a gentle affirmation. "Together, we create the fabric of existence." Their visit to the Grove of Ancients marked a turning point in their journey, a deepening of their connection to each other and the world around them. They returned to their life on Lyrian with a renewed sense of purpose, their hearts filled with the knowledge that they were part of a greater whole. And as they continued to explore the wonders of their world, they carried with them the wisdom of the ancients, a guiding light in the vastness of the universe. Together, they faced the challenges and joys of life, their friendship a beacon of hope and love that would endure the ages. In the quiet moments beneath the twin moons, Sela and Taro found peace in each other's company, their hearts forever entwined in a bond that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. And in the gentle embrace of the night, they knew that they had discovered something truly extraordinary, a connection that would light their way through the darkest nights and the brightest days. As they ventured further into the mysteries of Lyrian, they stumbled upon an ancient artifact buried within the forest, a small, intricately carved stone tablet inscribed with symbols neither of them recognized. The tablet seemed to pulse with a faint glow, resonating with the energy of the world around it. "This must be a remnant of the ancients," Sela mused, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "I wonder what secrets it holds." Taro examined the symbols intently, his eyes reflecting the silvery light of the tablet. "Perhaps it is a map or a message," he speculated, his mind racing with possibilities. "We should try to decode it." With renewed determination, they set about deciphering the mysterious artifact, their combined knowledge and intuition guiding them. As they worked, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if watching and waiting for the secrets of the past to be unveiled. Days turned into nights as they delved deeper into their task, their efforts fueled by a shared sense of purpose. Through trial and error, they began to unravel the inscription's meaning, piecing together fragments of a forgotten language that spoke of an ancient civilization that once thrived on Lyrian. The tablet revealed tales of explorers who had journeyed across the stars, seeking knowledge and unity among the worlds. It spoke of a time when the universe was young and the bonds between planets were strong, a time when understanding and cooperation were the guiding lights of existence. The discovery filled Sela and Taro with awe, a profound realization dawning upon them. "We are not so different from those who came before," Taro reflected, his voice tinged with wonder. "Our desires for connection and understanding echo across time." Sela nodded, her heart swelling with pride at their shared accomplishment. "We are part of a continuum," she said softly, her voice a melody of hope. "Our friendship is a testament to the enduring power of unity." With a sense of fulfillment, they carefully reburied the tablet, ensuring its secrets would remain safe for future generations. The knowledge they had gained became a part of their own story, a thread woven into the fabric of their lives. In the days that followed, Sela and Taro continued to explore the wonders of Lyrian, their hearts open to the possibilities that lay before them. They shared their discoveries with others, their tales inspiring those around them to seek their own paths of exploration and growth. As the years passed, their friendship blossomed into something deeper, a connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Together, they embraced the challenges and joys of life, their hearts united in a bond that would endure the ages. And in the quiet moments beneath the twin moons, they found solace in each other's company, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the unbreakable strength of their friendship. Together they had discovered the true meaning of connection, a bond that lit their way through the darkest nights and the brightest days. Their story became a part of Lyrian's lore, a tale of unlikely companions who overcame the barriers of their worlds to discover the true meaning of friendship. It was a story whispered by the winds and sung by the rivers, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, there was always room for love and understanding. Story 4. In the far reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in the velvet tapestry of space, there lay a small, unassuming planet known as Verdara. Its surface was a mosaic of lush emerald forests, crystalline lakes that shimmered like sapphires in the sunlight, and towering mountains capped with snow as soft as powdered sugar. The air was infused with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of life thriving in harmonious balance. It was a world of gentle beauty and quiet harmony, where its inhabitants lived in peaceful coexistence. On this planet resided Leora, a creature of grace and wisdom, with skin that shimmered like the scales of a fish caught in the morning light. Her eyes were the color of the deepest ocean, filled with kindness and curiosity. Leora spent her days tending to the delicate balance of nature, singing to the plants with a voice like a gentle breeze, and speaking with the animals, who adored her gentle voice. Leora's home nestled at the edge of the Whispering Meadow, a place where the flowers seemed to murmur secrets to each other, and the grass swayed to a melody only they could hear. Her mornings began with the sun casting a golden hue over the meadow, as she walked barefoot, feeling the cool earth beneath her feet, nurturing the radiant blooms that painted the landscape with vibrant colors. One day, as Leora was tending to the radiant blooms of the Whispering Meadow, a shadow passed overhead. She looked up to see a vessel descending from the sky, its sleek form glinting in the sun, like a silver bird taking flight. The vessel came to rest in a clearing nearby, causing the leaves to dance and rustle like an excited crowd. From it emerged a figure unlike any Leora had ever seen. He was tall and slender, with skin the color of storm clouds and eyes that glowed like molten amber, reflecting the light of the world around him. The newcomer was named Corin, a traveler from the distant planet of Aethon, known for its harsh landscapes and fierce storms. Corin was an explorer at heart, driven by an insatiable curiosity to learn about the myriad worlds the universe held. His features, though alien, were softened by a gentle demeanor and a respectful bow to the land that welcomed him. Their first meeting was awkward, as the two beings struggled to communicate. Leora spoke in soft, melodic tones, while Corin's language was a series of clicks and hums, reminiscent of the winds that raced across his home world. Despite the initial barrier, they were bound by a shared desire to connect. The following days were filled with a delicate dance of discovery. Leora watched with fascination as Corin moved through the forests, his eyes wide with wonder at the vibrant life around him. He would pause to examine the smallest details, a dew-laden spiderweb glistening in the early morning, the intricate patterns of a butterfly's wings, or the way sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. With time, Leora and Corin discovered a way to bridge their differences. Through gestures, shared experiences, and the universal language of kindness, they began to understand one another. Leora showed Corin the wonders of Verdara, from the playful otters in the crystal streams to the vibrant sunsets that painted the sky in hues of orange and pink. In return, Corin shared tales of his journeys across the stars, of distant moons and dazzling nebulae that glimmered like jewels in the void. Their bond deepened when they faced their first challenge together. A sudden and unseasonable storm swept across Verdara, threatening the delicate ecosystem and the inhabitants who called it home. The winds howled like a pack of wild wolves, the rain fell in torrents, and the sky was lit with the furious dance of lightning. In the face of the storm, Leora and Corin worked side by side. Leora's connection with nature allowed her to guide the animals to safety, while Corin used his knowledge of technology to create barriers that shielded the vulnerable plants from the lashing winds. As they toiled together, they found strength in one another's presence, their efforts harmonizing like the notes of a well-loved song. When the storm finally passed, the land was left glistening with a fresh, renewed beauty. The plants, having been protected, bloomed with a vibrant vigor, and the animals emerged from their shelters, grateful for the sanctuary provided. Leora and Corin stood side by side, watching the world come back to life, a warm sense of accomplishment and camaraderie blossoming between them. In the days that followed, their friendship flourished. They spent long hours in each other's company, learning from one another and finding joy in their shared discoveries. Leora taught Corin the art of listening to the whispers of the earth, while Corin introduced her to the wonders of the stars, showing her how to read the constellations that mapped the night sky. One afternoon, while wandering through a sun-dappled glade, Corin hesitated and turned to Leora with a question that had been lingering in his mind. "Leora," he began, his voice a gentle rumble, "why do you dedicate so much of yourself to this land? What drives you to nurture every leaf and creature with such devotion?" Leora paused, her gaze sweeping across the vibrant landscape. "This world," she replied softly, "is a tapestry of life, woven with threads of connection and interdependence. I nurture it because it nurtures me in return. We are all part of a greater whole, and by tending to it, I find my place within it." Corin absorbed her words, a newfound respect blossoming within him. Her perspective resonated with his own quest for understanding, yet it was rooted in a profound humility he had yet to fully grasp. Through their time together, Leora and Corin learned that true friendship transcends boundaries, whether they be of language, culture, or distance. They discovered that differences are not obstacles, but opportunities for growth, weaving a tapestry of understanding and empathy. One day, as they explored the ancient forest that bordered the Whispering Meadow, they stumbled upon a hidden grove, where the grand trees were as old as the world itself. Their roots twisted and turned, forming intricate patterns over the moss-covered ground. The air was cool and still, filled with the scent of rich earth and the distant echo of a forgotten song. Here the trees whispered secrets of ages past to those who could hear. As Leora placed her hand on the bark of the oldest tree, her eyes widened with a newfound understanding. "These trees," she said softly, "have witnessed the rise and fall of many seasons. They tell of times of great change and resilience. They remind us of the strength we find in each other and in ourselves." Corin listened, captivated by the stories held within the grove. He realized that his quest for knowledge extended beyond the stars and into the heart of the worlds he visited. It was here, amidst the ancient trees and in the company of Leora, that he truly felt the vastness of the universe. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire under a canopy of stars, Corin turned to Leora with a thoughtful expression. "Back on Aethon," he said, his voice a gentle rumble, "we're taught that the universe is vast and full of challenges. But you've shown me that the greatest discoveries aren't just out there," he gestured to the star-studded sky, "but within the connections we make with others." Leora smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. "And you've shown me that even though we come from different worlds, our hearts can find common ground. Friendship is the greatest adventure of all." Their words hung in the air, a promise of a future filled with understanding and shared dreams. As the fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow around them, they knew that the universe had brought them together for a reason, and that their friendship would light their way through whatever lay ahead. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora and Corin found the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended the boundaries of space and time, a testament to the power of empathy, understanding, and the unyielding strength of the heart. The universe, vast and mysterious, had gifted them with a connection that would forever illuminate their paths, no matter where their journeys might lead. As days turned to weeks, an unexpected invitation arrived from Corin's home world. An ancient festival celebrated once every century was about to commence on Aethon, dedicated to the unity of all life in the cosmos. Corin, filled with an eagerness to share his world with Leora, extended the invitation to her. "Would you journey with me to Aethon?" Corin asked, his voice carrying a note of hope. "There is much you have taught me here, and I would be honored to show you the wonders of my own world." Leora, her heart warmed by the offer, nodded with a smile. "I would love nothing more than to see your world through your eyes, Corin." Their journey was swift, the vessel cutting through the tapestry of space like a needle weaving through fabric. As they approached Aethon, Leora was struck by the stark beauty of the planet. Its surface was a patchwork of rugged terrains, with jagged cliffs and expansive deserts stretching towards the horizons. Yet, amidst the harsh landscapes, there were oases of life, lush valleys hidden between mountains and rivers that shimmered under the indigo sky. The festival was a spectacle of colors and sounds, a vibrant celebration of life itself. Creatures from all corners of the planet gathered, their voices merging into a chorus that echoed across the land. Leora watched, entranced by the dances that told stories of creation, endurance, and unity. As the celebration reached its crescendo, Leora and Corin stood together on a cliff overlooking the festivities. The sky above them was ablaze with the auroras of Aethon, swirling in hues of emerald and violet. "This," Corin said, gesturing to the scene before them, "is the heart of Aethon. It's a place where adversity has given rise to beauty, where differences are celebrated and unity is cherished." Leora nodded, feeling the pulse of the planet beneath her feet, its rhythm resonating with her own. In that moment, she understood that their journey was not just about discovering new worlds, but about learning to see the universe in its entirety, a vast, interconnected web of life and experience. As they returned to Verdara, their bond had grown even stronger, cemented by the shared experiences of their travels. Together, they had found a deeper understanding of the cosmos and of each other, their friendship a beacon of light in the vastness of space. Upon returning, they were met with an unexpected sight. An ancient structure, long forgotten, had emerged from beneath the earth of Verdara. The temple was adorned with intricate carvings depicting the harmony of life on the planet, its spires reaching skyward as if in reverence to the cosmos. Intrigued, Leora and Corin explored the temple, marveling at the artistry and wisdom of those who had come before. They found inscriptions describing a prophecy, a tale of two beings who would come together to protect the planet in times of great change. It dawned on them that their meeting was no mere coincidence. The universe had woven their paths together, not just for the sake of friendship, but for a purpose greater than themselves. They realized that their journey was just beginning, and that together they would face whatever challenges the cosmos had in store. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora and Corin continued their journey, two souls from different worlds, united by the unbreakable bond of friendship, forever exploring the wonders of the universe side by side. As their adventures continued, Leora and Corin found themselves drawn to a hidden valley on Verdara, a place where the air was thick with magic, and the boundary between the physical and ethereal worlds seemed to blur. Here, time seemed to slow, and the whispers of ancient spirits echoed softly among the trees. In this mystical valley, they encountered the elders of Verdara, ethereal beings who embodied the wisdom of the ages. The elders appeared as shimmering figures, composed of stardust and light, their presence both comforting and awe-inspiring. The elders welcomed Leora and Corin, recognizing them as the prophesied guardians of the planet. They revealed that Verdara was entering a period of transformation, a time when its energies would realign, affecting both the land and its inhabitants. The balance of the world depended on the harmony of these energies, and the bond between Leora and Corin was crucial to this balance. Understanding the gravity of their roles, Leora and Corin pledged their commitment to protecting Verdara. The elders bestowed upon them ancient knowledge, teaching them to harness the elemental forces of the planet. Leora learned to deepen her connection with the land, feeling its pulse and guiding its energies. Corin, with his technological expertise, discovered ways to amplify these energies, ensuring their stability and growth. Together, they worked tirelessly, fostering a deeper unity between nature and technology. They created sanctuaries where the energies of Verdara could flourish, nurturing life and fostering resilience. As they labored, their friendship blossomed into a profound partnership, each complementing the other's strengths, their shared purpose forging an unbreakable bond. Through their efforts, Verdara thrived, its landscapes more vibrant and harmonious than ever before. The creatures of the planet recognized Leora and Corin as their protectors, and their gratitude manifested in a symphony of life, a testament to the enduring power of cooperation and understanding. As the realignment drew to a close, the elders gathered with Leora and Corin, their presence a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. They expressed their gratitude, acknowledging the profound impact of the bond between the two guardians. The elders imparted one final gift, a vision of the cosmos, a tapestry of infinite possibilities, where each thread represented a connection, a relationship, a shared journey. With their mission fulfilled, Leora and Corin knew that their work on Verdara was just one chapter in their story. The universe beckoned with countless worlds to explore, mysteries to unravel, and friendships to forge. Their journey was far from over, and as they set their sights on the stars once more, they carried with them the lessons of Verdara, a legacy of harmony, unity, and the unyielding strength of friendship. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora and Corin ventured forth, two souls intertwined by destiny, their bond a beacon of hope and light in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Together, they would continue to explore, to learn, and to protect, their journey, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the boundless potential of the universe. Story 5. The Whispering Grove. In a small village nestled between misty hills and lush sprawling forests, there was a peculiar rumor whispered among the elders and children alike. It was said that deep within the heart of the forest lay a hidden world, a place untouched by time and unseen by those who walked the well-trodden paths. The forest, known simply as the Whispering Grove, held secrets that danced on the edges of dreams and reality, a place where magic was not just believed but felt. The story begins on a crisp autumn morning, with the air perfumed by the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke. The village was waking up slowly, the sun casting a warm, golden hue over the thatched roofs and cobblestone streets. The mist clung to the ground, swirling lazily, as if reluctant to leave. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, her eyes wide with curiosity and wonder. Lila was known for her love of stories, especially those that spoke of the mysterious and magical. Lila lived with her grandfather, a gentle, wise man whose stories of the Whispering Grove had captivated her from a young age. He would often speak of the grove with a twinkle in his eye, describing it as a place where the trees seemed to breathe and the wind carried songs of old. His voice would lower to a conspiratorial whisper as he spoke of the secrets the forest held, secrets that could only be uncovered by those with hearts open to wonder. Lila's heart yearned to see it, to feel the magic for herself, though she knew that no one had ever truly seen the hidden world within. One morning, as the village was wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn, Lila set out on a journey. Her grandfather had given her a small, intricate compass, its needle spinning in circles rather than pointing north. He had told her it was a compass of dreams, guiding those with open hearts to places unseen. With a kiss on her forehead and a gentle nudge, he encouraged her to follow where it led. The path into the forest was familiar, lined with towering birches and oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to one another. As Lila walked, the air grew cooler, the canopy above thickening until only dappled sunlight broke through. The forest seemed to hum with life, each rustle and chirp adding to the symphony of the grove. The ground was soft beneath her feet, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that muffled her steps, lending an air of serenity to her journey. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. Time seemed to lose its grip here. Lila followed the compass, its needle now steady and sure. It led her off the path, through thickets and under ancient boughs, until she stepped into a clearing that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Here, the trees were taller, their bark etched with glowing runes that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, each one carved with symbols that Lila couldn't quite decipher. The air was thick with magic, a palpable force that seemed to welcome her. As she stepped closer, the runes on the stones began to glow, casting a soft, inviting light. Lila knelt beside the stones, tracing her fingers over the cool, smooth surface. The runes felt warm to the touch, and as she closed her eyes, she heard a whisper, soft and melodic, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome, seeker of stories," the voice murmured, a blend of many voices woven together. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Grove." Lila's heart leaped with joy. She opened her eyes to find a figure standing before her, a being of light and shadow, its form shifting like the play of sunlight through leaves. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence was both comforting and awe-inspiring. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of the grove, the keeper of its secrets and stories," the figure replied, its voice a gentle caress. "Few have come this far, and fewer still have the heart to hear the tales we tell." Lila nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "I want to hear them. I want to know the stories of this place." The spirit smiled, a soft, radiant glow enveloping it. "Then listen, child of the world, and let the stories of the grove fill your heart." As Lila listened, the grove came alive around her. The trees swayed in time with the tales, their leaves whispering the words of long-forgotten songs. She heard of ancient guardians who had tended the forest, of friendships forged between creatures of light and shadow, and of the magic that flowed like a river beneath the earth. Each story was a thread, woven into the rich tapestry of the grove, and Lila found herself lost in their beauty. She learned of a time when the grove had been threatened by darkness, and how the spirits had joined forces with the creatures of the forest to restore balance. She heard of the rare moments when the veil between worlds had lifted, allowing glimpses of wonders beyond imagination. As the spirit told these tales, Lila felt a connection to something larger than herself, something ancient and enduring. She realized that the stories were not just entertainment, but lessons of wisdom and courage, of love and sacrifice. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing. As the last story faded into silence, the spirit of the grove gazed at Lila with eyes full of warmth and kindness. "Thank you for listening," it said, its voice a soft echo. "You have brought light to this place and honored the stories we hold dear." Lila smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you for sharing them with me," she replied, her voice filled with awe. As the spirit faded into the gathering dusk, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper of a message left unspoken. She knew she would return, drawn by the magic and stories of the Whispering Grove. With the compass of dreams in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the path now lit by the soft glow of fireflies. The journey home was filled with a newfound sense of wonder, each step a reminder of the magic that lay hidden beneath the surface of the everyday world. When she returned to the village, her grandfather was waiting, his eyes twinkling with knowing. As Lila recounted her adventure, he listened with a gentle smile, his heart swelling with pride. He knew that the grove's stories would live on through Lila, carried in her heart and shared with those who were willing to listen. In the days that followed, Lila became a storyteller in her own right, sharing the tales of the grove with friends and strangers alike. Her words were like a gentle breeze, carrying the magic of the forest to all who would listen. And though she visited the grove many times, the spirit of the forest continued to reveal new stories to her, each one a treasure to be cherished and shared. As the years passed, the village became a place of wonder and magic, known far and wide for its stories and its connection to the Whispering Grove. Travelers came from distant lands to hear the tales, and Lila, now grown and wise, welcomed them with open arms. Through her stories, the magic of the grove lived on, a beacon of light and hope in a world that often forgot the beauty of the unseen. And though the path to the grove remained hidden to all but a few, its presence was felt in the hearts of all who heard its tales. Thus, the Whispering Grove became a legend, a place where stories lived and breathed, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of the world around us. And so, as the fire burned low and the night deepened, the stories continued to weave their gentle spell, a reminder that magic is never far away, if only we have the heart to see it. One particular evening, as the twilight hues painted the sky, Lila found herself drawn to the edge of the village, where a weathered path led into the forest. She had heard whispers of a festival that was to be held in the heart of the grove, a celebration of the bond between the village and the mystical land. The villagers had gathered in a clearing, their voices mingling with the music of nature. Leela, with the compass clutched tightly in her hand, entered the forest once more. The path was alive with lanterns that glowed softly, their light flickering like stars fallen from the sky. Each step resonated with a sense of anticipation, as if the forest itself was eager to share in the celebration. As she reached the clearing, Leela was greeted by a sight of enchanting beauty. The villagers and the spirits of the grove danced together beneath the canopy of ancient trees. Strings of luminescent flowers wove through the branches, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the celebration. The air was thick with laughter, music, and the scent of wild blossoms. It was here that Lila met a young boy, his eyes bright with the same curiosity that mirrored her own. He introduced himself as Finn, a recent arrival to the village. Intrigued by the stories he had heard, Finn had ventured into the woods, seeking the wonders whispered about in hushed tones. "Is it true?" he asked Lila, his voice filled with wonder. "Is this place really magical?" Leela nodded, her heart swelling with the joy of sharing the grove's secrets. "It is, and tonight you can see it for yourself." Together they joined the dance, their laughter mixing with the melodies that seemed to spring from the very earth. The spirit of the grove, now more vibrant than ever, appeared amidst the celebration, its eyes glowing with the warmth of 1,000 suns. "Welcome, Finn," it said, acknowledging the boy with a nod. "Your heart is open, and the grove welcomes you." Finn beamed, his excitement palpable. The festival continued, a tapestry of light and sound that wove through the night. As the celebration reached its crescendo, the spirit of the grove shared a new story, one that spoke of unity and the power of belief. Lila listened, her heart filled with gratitude and a profound sense of belonging. She realized that the stories of the grove were not just tales of magic and wonder, but lessons of community and the strength found in togetherness. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the villagers and spirits bid each other farewell. Lila and Finn walked back to the village, their steps light with the promise of new adventures and the knowledge that they were part of something far greater than themselves. The festival became an annual tradition, a celebration that drew people from lands far and wide. Each year, Lila and Finn welcomed new visitors, sharing the tales of the Whispering Grove and the magic that lay within. And so, the legend of the grove continued to grow, a testament to the enduring power of stories and the magic woven through the fabric of the world. Lila, the guardian of the grove's tales, found her purpose in sharing its wonders, ensuring that the magic of the Whispering Grove lived on in the hearts of all who dared to believe. The journey beyond the grove. One early summer morning, as the first light of dawn stretched across the horizon, Lila felt a new stirring within her heart. The stories of the grove had taken root in her soul, but there was a whisper of something more, a calling from beyond the borders of the familiar forest. Her grandfather had often mentioned other places where magic lingered, lands where the stories were yet to be discovered. With her compass of dreams and a small satchel of provisions, Lila set out once more, this time not just for the grove, but for the world beyond it. As she bid farewell to her grandfather, his knowing smile and the twinkle in his eye reassured her that this journey, too, was part of her destiny. The path out of the village was bathed in the gentle light of dawn, the air crisp with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant promise of adventure. Lila's heart beat with a mix of excitement and trepidation as she followed the compass, its needle spinning in slow, deliberate circles, guiding her toward the unknown. As the village faded into the distance, Lila found herself in a landscape that shifted and changed with every step. Fields of wildflowers stretched endlessly, their colors a vibrant tapestry against the emerald grass. The sky, a vast expanse of azure, seemed to watch over her journey with quiet anticipation. Days turned into weeks as Lila traveled, meeting travelers and storytellers along the way. Each encounter was a story in itself, a chapter in her growing collection of tales. She listened eagerly to the legends of distant lands, of mountains that sang and rivers that whispered secrets to those who would hear. One evening, as she camped beneath a canopy of stars, Lila felt a presence beside her. It was the spirit of the grove, appearing as a shimmering figure in the silver moonlight. Its eyes, filled with the wisdom of ages, met hers with a gaze that spoke of understanding and encouragement. "You have ventured far, child of stories," the spirit said, its voice a gentle echo in the night. "What do you seek beyond the grove?" Lila smiled, her heart swelling with the enormity of her quest. "I seek the stories that are yet to be told, the magic that lies beyond what we know." The spirit nodded, a look of approval in its luminous gaze. "Then may your journey be filled with wonder, and may the stories you gather light the path for others." As the spirit faded into the night, Lila felt a renewed sense of purpose. Her journey was not just a search for stories, but a quest to weave them into a tapestry that connected the world. She understood now that the magic of the Whispering Grove was not confined to one place, but was a part of the greater magic that bound all stories together. With each step, Lila carried the legacy of the grove within her, sharing its tales and adding new ones to the ever-growing collection. The world was vast and filled with secrets, but she knew that as long as there were those willing to listen, the magic of the Whispering Grove and the world beyond would never fade. And so, Lila journeyed on, a seeker of stories, a guardian of magic, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. The compass of dreams in her hand, she walked into the dawn of new adventures, her path lit by the tales of the Whispering Grove and the endless possibilities that lay ahead. Story 6. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and the gentle embrace of a winding river, there lay a small, unassuming cottage. Its thatched roof was adorned with sprigs of lavender, and its cobblestone path was lined with daisies that nodded in the soft breeze. It was here, in this cottage, that young Owen lived with his grandmother, a wise woman known for her tales of enchantment and wonder. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Owen sat by the hearth listening to his grandmother's stories. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow that danced across the walls. His grandmother's voice was like a lullaby, weaving magic with every word. "Long ago," she began, "in this very village there was a secret known only to a few, an ordinary object, hidden in plain sight, that held the power to reveal the heart's true desire." Owen's eyes widened with curiosity. "What was it, grandmother?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. His grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "It was a simple mirror, my dear, but not just any mirror. This one was crafted by the fairy folk and blessed with their magic. It could show not just the reflection of one's face, but the essence of one's spirit." Intrigued by the tale, Owen asked, "Where is this mirror now?" His grandmother chuckled softly. "Ah, that is the mystery, isn't it? Some say it was lost to time. Others believe it's still hidden somewhere in our village, waiting for the right person to find it." That night, as Owen lay in bed, the story lingered in his mind like a sweet melody. He drifted into a gentle slumber, dreaming of magical mirrors and hidden secrets. Little did he know, his life was about to change in the most unexpected way. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, with sunlight streaming through the cottage windows. Owen awoke with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. After breakfast, he decided to explore the village, a small adventure to feed his curiosity. Willowbrook was a place of simple beauty, with its cobblestone streets and quaint shops filled with delightful treasures. As Owen wandered through the village square, he felt a subtle pull, as if something unseen was guiding him. He followed his instincts, his heart light with anticipation. His journey led him to the edge of the village, where a small, forgotten garden lay nestled behind an ancient stone wall. Vines and wildflowers intertwined with the old stones, creating a tapestry of green and color. It was here, amidst the whispers of nature, that Owen noticed something unusual, a glint of light reflecting off a shard of glass buried beneath the leaves. With careful hands, Owen unearthed a small, round mirror. Its surface was tarnished with age, yet it shimmered with a peculiar light. Could this be the fabled mirror his grandmother spoke of? As he held the mirror, a gentle warmth spread through his fingertips, and the air around him seemed to hum with a soft melody. Hesitant yet curious, Owen gazed into the mirror's depths. At first, all he saw was his own reflection, but soon the image shifted, revealing not just his face, but the dreams and desires nestled within his heart. The mirror showed him visions of friendship and kindness, of laughter shared by a crackling fire, and the joy of discovering the world's wonders. It was as if the mirror was whispering a truth that Owen had always known but never fully understood. With newfound purpose, Owen returned to the village, eager to share his discovery. Along the way, he met Max, the village baker, known for his cheerful disposition and the warm, fragrant loaves he baked each morning. Max was humming a tune as he carried a basket of freshly baked bread. "Good morning, Owen," Max greeted him with a wide smile. "You seem quite chipper today." Owen, his heart brimming with excitement, told Max about the mirror and what it had shown him. Max listened intently, his eyes bright with interest. "That's a wonderful tale, Owen," Max said, nodding thoughtfully. "Perhaps this mirror is a reminder of what truly matters: friendship, kindness, and the simple joys of life." Together, they decided to share the mirror's message with the village. As word spread, the villagers gathered in the square, each curious to see this magical object and hear its story. Among them was Clara, a gentle soul with a gift for storytelling, who often enchanted children with her tales of adventure and wonder. Clara approached Owen, her eyes filled with wonder. "May I see the mirror?" she asked softly. Owen handed it to her, and as Clara gazed into its depths, her face softened, and a serene smile graced her lips. "It's beautiful," she murmured, "a reminder that our true desires often lie in the simple things, the connections we make, and the love we share." Together, Owen, Max, and Clara decided to create a gathering place in the village square, where people could come to share stories, dreams, and the warmth of friendship. They called it the Circle of Reflection, where the mirror's message could live on through the lives it touched. As the days turned into weeks, the villagers gathered often, sharing tales and laughter under the open sky. The mirror became a symbol of unity, a reminder that each person carried within them a light that could brighten the world. Owen's journey had revealed not just a magical mirror, but the true magic that lay within every heart. He had discovered that the greatest treasures were not hidden in forgotten places, but found within the bonds of friendship and the kindness shared among neighbors. And so, under the starlit skies of Willowbrook, the village thrived, its people bound by the gentle magic of the mirror and the love it inspired. As Owen stood by the fire one evening, surrounded by friends and family, he knew that he had found his heart's true desire in the simple beauty of a shared life. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of more adventures to come, and Owen felt a deep peace settle within him. The world was vast and full of wonder, and he was ready to explore it, one story at a time. And so, in the warm glow of the crackling fire, with stars twinkling above, life in Willowbrook continued. A tapestry of dreams and love woven together by the gentle magic of an ordinary mirror that had revealed the extraordinary within. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child with a deep love for the outdoors and a keen eye for the smallest wonders that nature had to offer. One crisp autumn day, Willow ventured into the nearby forest, as she often did, to gather fallen leaves and twigs for her crafts. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight: a twinkling light flickering between the trees. Drawn by her inquisitive nature, Willow followed the dancing light until she reached a small clearing. There, amidst a carpet of fallen leaves, lay an ordinary-looking acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Willow's heart raced with excitement as she gently picked up the acorn, cradling it in her palms. Little did she know, this was no ordinary acorn. It possessed a remarkable magic, waiting to be unlocked. As she headed home, clutching her newfound treasure, Willow stumbled upon a peculiar sight: a tiny creature with dragonfly wings and a face etched with wisdom beyond its years. "Greetings, young one," the creature spoke in a melodic voice. "I am Zephyr, the guardian of the forest's secrets. That acorn you hold is no ordinary seed. It possesses the power to grant wishes, but only to those with pure hearts and noble intentions." Willow's eyes widened with wonder, and she knew that her life had been forever changed by this extraordinary discovery. Over the following days, Willow formed an unlikely friendship with Zephyr, who taught her the ways of the forest and the importance of respecting nature's balance. She also met Oakley, a wise old oak tree with a knack for storytelling, and Patches, a mischievous rabbit with a boundless curiosity. With her newfound friends by her side, Willow embarked on a journey of self-discovery, learning the true meaning of selflessness and the power of friendship. One day, a great storm swept through the forest, uprooting trees and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The once lush woodland was left barren and lifeless, and the animals were left without shelter or food. Willow knew that this was the time to use the power of the magical acorn, but she was faced with a dilemma. How could she make a wish that would benefit not just herself, but the entire forest and its inhabitants? After much contemplation and guidance from her friends, Willow made a selfless wish for the forest to be restored to its former glory, with an abundance of trees, flowers, and food for all the creatures that called it home. In an instant, the magic of the acorn took hold, and the forest was transformed into a verdant paradise. Trees sprouted from the ground, flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, and the animals found themselves surrounded by an endless supply of food and shelter. Willow's pure heart and noble intentions had been rewarded, and she had learned a valuable lesson. True magic lies not in possessing extraordinary powers, but in the kindness and compassion one shows towards others. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, working alongside Zephyr, Oakley, and Patches to ensure that the delicate balance of nature was preserved for generations to come. And as the years passed, the magical acorn remained a symbol of hope and wonder, reminding all who encountered it that even the smallest of things can hold the greatest of secrets, if only one has the courage to look beyond the ordinary. Story 8. In the heart of a sylvan expanse, where sunlight trickled through a canopy of emerald leaves and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, lay the enchanted glen. It was a place where the symphony of rustling leaves and bird calls harmonized in a melody that spoke of ancient secrets and timeless mysteries. In this hidden haven, the creatures of the forest lived in a harmony so profound that it seemed orchestrated by the forest itself. The squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking like brushes painting the air, scampered along the branches, gathering acorns that gleamed like little treasures. The rabbits, silent and soft as whispers, nibbled on clover that carpeted the forest floor, their ears twitching to the sounds of gentle breezes and distant streams. Amidst this serene tableau, nestled in the nook of an old oak whose bark was etched with the stories of centuries, lived a wise old owl named Aurelius. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and grays, soft as velvet, and his eyes held the glow of moonlit lakes. Aurelius was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a mantle passed down through generations of owls who had watched over the glen since time immemorial. As the seasons wove their tapestry over the land, the forest transformed in a cycle of colors and textures. In spring, a delicate green veil descended upon the trees, the air filled with the heady perfume of blooming wildflowers and the sweet, fresh scent of new beginnings. Summer followed with its warm embrace, painting the forest with strokes of vibrant greens and the golden glow of sunlight filtering through leaves. But it was in the gentle embrace of autumn that the forest truly came alive with magic. The leaves turned to shades of amber, crimson, and gold, a fiery quilt that rustled in the crisp air. It was during this time that a rare phenomenon occurred, the dance of the falling leaves. On a night when the moon hung low and full, casting a silvery light over the world, the leaves would detach from their branches and drift down in a graceful ballet, spinning and twirling as if guided by an unseen hand. The creatures of the forest gathered to witness this spectacle. It was said that those who observed the dance could glimpse the very essence of nature's balance and harmony. And so, on this particular night, Aurelius perched high in his oak, his wise eyes surveying the gathering below. As the moonlight kissed the forest floor, a gentle, whispering wind began to stir. The leaves, already tinged with the colors of sunset, began their descent. They spiraled and floated, their movement a gentle choreography that mirrored the rhythm of the earth's heartbeat. The animals watched in hushed awe, feeling the magic weave its way into their very souls. Among the spectators was a young fawn named Finn. His coat was a soft brown, dappled with white spots that mirrored the patches of moonlight on the ground. Finn was curious and eager, his heart filled with the innocent wonder of youth. He had heard tales of the dance from his mother, who had learned them from her mother before her, and he longed to understand the magic for himself. As Finn watched the leaves, a particularly vibrant maple leaf, kissed by the fire of autumn, fluttered down to land gently at his hooves. He nudged it with his nose, feeling a strange warmth emanating from it, as if the leaf held within it the warmth of the sun's rays and the coolness of the moon's glow. Intrigued, Finn picked up the leaf with his teeth and carried it to Aurelius. The old owl regarded the fawn with a twinkle in his eyes, sensing the young one's quest for understanding. "What do you see, young Finn?" Aurelius asked, his voice a deep, soothing rumble that seemed to blend with the rustle of leaves. Finn pondered for a moment, his eyes reflecting the moon's gentle light. "I see the colors of the sunset and feel the warmth of the sun," he replied, his voice filled with the innocence of truth. "But I also feel something more, as if this leaf holds a secret." Aurelius nodded, his gaze soft and knowing. "Indeed, this leaf does hold a secret of balance and harmony," he explained. "Each leaf, each creature, each element of this forest is a part of a grand tapestry. We are all threads woven together in the fabric of life. The dance of the falling leaves reminds us that change is a part of life, and through change we find renewal." Finn listened, his heart swelling with the weight of the wisdom. He looked around at the gathering of creatures, each one different yet connected by the invisible threads of nature's balance. He understood then, in his own simple, profound way, that the magic of the forest was not just in the dance of the leaves, but in the unity and harmony of all its inhabitants. As the last leaf gently touched the earth, a calm settled over the glen. The animals, filled with a sense of peace and belonging, slowly dispersed, each carrying the magic of the night within their hearts. Finn lingered a moment longer, gazing up at Aurelius. "Thank you, Aurelius," he said softly, feeling the warmth of the owl's wisdom envelop him like a comforting cloak. Aurelius nodded, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, young Finn, that wisdom is not a destination but a journey. As you grow, so too will your understanding of the world around you. Cherish each moment, and you will find the magic in your own heart." With those words echoing in his mind, Finn turned and bounded back into the forest, the leaf cradled gently in his mouth. He felt the comforting tug of the earth beneath his hooves, and the soft whisper of the breeze through his coat. The forest, in its silent, steadfast way, embraced him, and he knew he was home. And so, as the night deepened and the forest settled into a tranquil slumber, the enchanted glen remained a sanctuary of wisdom and wonder, holding within its heart the secrets of ages and the promise of new beginnings. The gentle rustle of leaves continued to sing their lullaby, and the ancient trees stood sentinel, guardians of a world where magic and reality danced hand in hand, forever in balance. Story 9. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in the arms of a serene valley, there was a small, charming cobblestone street that wound its way through the heart of the community. On this street, tucked between a bakery that perfumed the air with the scent of fresh bread and a bookshop with windows full of stories, stood an antique shop adorned with ivy and mystery. The shop was known as Whispering Treasures, and it was run by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle. He was a kind soul with eyes that twinkled like stars hidden behind clouds. His shop was filled with all manner of curious objects, each with a story of its own, waiting to be discovered by those who took the time to listen. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced lazily to the ground, a young girl named Clara wandered into Whispering Treasures. She was a curious child, with hair the color of honey and eyes that gleamed with the promise of adventure. Clara loved stories, and Mr. Thistle's shop was a haven of tales waiting to be unearthed. As she meandered through the aisles, her fingers lightly brushing against the surfaces of old clocks, porcelain figurines, and dusty tomes, something caught her eye. It was a small, unassuming box made of polished wood, intricately carved with patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer in the gentle light. Clara felt an inexplicable pull toward it, as if the box were calling her name. "Ah, you found the music box," Mr. Thistle said, appearing by her side with a soft smile. "It's been here for as long as I can remember, waiting patiently for someone like you." Clara picked up the box and cradled it in her hands. It felt warm and alive, almost as if it had a heartbeat of its own. "What makes it special?" she asked, curiosity dancing in her voice. Mr. Thistle leaned closer, his voice a gentle whisper. "This is no ordinary music box. It holds a melody that reveals the hidden magic in the world, but only to those with pure hearts and open minds." Intrigued, Clara slowly turned the key on the side of the box. As the lid lifted, a soft, enchanting melody filled the air, wrapping around her like a warm, comforting blanket. To her astonishment, the music seemed to weave the world around her into something new and wondrous. The shop shimmered, and for a moment, Clara felt as though she could see the stories of every object in the room unfolding before her eyes. "The music will guide you," Mr. Thistle continued, "to see things not as they are, but as they could be." From that day forward, Clara carried the music box with her, and it became her companion on many adventures. She discovered that by playing its tune, she could see the hidden wonders of the world, the way the wind whispered secrets through the trees, how the river sang songs of journeys past, and the laughter of stars in the night sky. Her journey was not a solitary one. Along the way, Clara met others who were enchanted by the music. There was Oliver, the thoughtful boy with a knack for finding paths where none seemed to exist, and Lily, a spirited girl with a heart as bright as the sun, who could coax flowers to bloom with her laughter. Together they roamed the valley, uncovering forgotten trails and hidden glades, learning the language of the birds and the tales of the old stones. The world was filled with challenges, but Clara and her friends found that wisdom and kindness were their greatest tools. They discovered that sometimes the simplest solutions were the most profound, like listening to a friend or offering a helping hand. One day, the friends came upon a bridge that had fallen into disrepair. It was the only way to cross a swift stream that blocked their path. Clara remembered the music box and wound it carefully. As the melody played, the friends saw the problem from a new perspective. Instead of trying to rebuild the bridge with force, they worked together to find the perfect stones to create stepping stones across the water, each one placed with care and thoughtfulness. With the stream behind them, Clara and her companions continued their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge that wisdom and friendship could light the way through any darkness. Years later, Clara returned to Whispering Treasures, now with lines of laughter around her eyes and a lifetime of stories woven into her heart. She placed the music box back on the shelf, knowing it was time for someone else to discover its magic. Mr. Thistle, older and yet somehow unchanged, smiled at her. "Thank you," he said, his voice as soothing as ever, "for sharing the music and for finding the magic in the ordinary." As Clara stepped out of the shop, the sun setting in a blaze of gold and crimson, she realized that the real magic was not just in the music box, but in the journey it had taken her on, a journey of discovery, friendship, and wonder. And with that thought, she walked home, her heart full, knowing that the world was a place of endless possibilities, waiting to be explored. And so, the story of the music box became part of the whispered tales of Willowbrook, a gentle reminder that magic is all around us, if only we take the time to listen. Story 10. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and their leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there nestled a quaint village known as Moonbrook. Moonbrook was a place where magic danced lightly upon the air, and the villagers lived in harmony with nature's wonders. The gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of owls provided a soothing symphony that lulled the residents to sleep each night. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden hues of sunset painted the sky, a peculiar occurrence began to unfold. The villagers noticed that their lanterns, which usually glowed with a warm, steady light, were flickering mysteriously. It was as if the light itself was playing a game of hide-and-seek, flicker, flicker, and then darkness. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, their brows furrowed in curiosity rather than fear. Among the villagers was a young girl named Isla. Isla had a heart as open as the sky and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She was known for her gentle nature and her keen sense of observation. Isla loved to wander through the woods, gathering stories from the rustling leaves and the babbling brook that wound its way through the village. As the lanterns continued their curious dance, Ela decided to uncover the mystery of the flickering lights. She set off on her quest, her footsteps crunching softly over the fallen leaves, guided by the gentle glow of her own lantern. Her journey led her to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods embraced the night with open arms. There she met Lumina, a wise old owl whose feathers shimmered like the moonlight on a still pond. Lumina perched on a low branch, her eyes as deep and knowing as the night sky. "Hello, Isla," Lumina greeted, her voice a soft, melodic whisper. "I see you're curious about the lanterns." Isla nodded, her cheeks flushed with the excitement of a new adventure. "Yes, Lumina, they've begun flickering, and I wonder why." The owl tilted her head, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. "The light of the lanterns is a reflection of the harmony in Moonbrook. When something is amiss, the light will tell." Ela pondered this, her mind weaving through the possibilities like a thread through a tapestry. "But what could be causing the disturbance?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Lumina spread her wings and gestured toward the heart of the forest. "Perhaps the answer lies deeper within the woods, where the old magic resides. Seek out the glimmering glade, and you may find what you're looking for." With gratitude in her heart, Ela thanked Lumina and ventured further into the whispering woods. The trees parted as if to welcome her, their branches arching gracefully overhead. The path was soft beneath her feet, covered in a blanket of fallen leaves that whispered stories of their own. As Ela journeyed on, she encountered a gentle breeze that carried the scent of pine and earth. It led her to a clearing bathed in the silvery light of the moon. This was the glimmering glade, a place where magic thrummed softly beneath the surface, like the gentle strum of a harp. In the center of the glade stood a group of enchanted fireflies, their lights flickering erratically as if caught in a wild dance. Ela watched them closely and noticed that their glow seemed synchronized with the lanterns back in the village. Curiosity piqued, Ela approached the fireflies. "Hello, little ones," she said softly, her voice a gentle caress against the night. "What's causing your light to flicker so?" The fireflies hovered around her, their glow pulsing gently in response. One of them, a particularly bright little creature named Flick, darted forward. "It's the breeze," Flick explained, his voice a soft, buzzing whisper. "It carries a song that we cannot resist. It makes our lights dance." Isla listened closely and realized she could just about hear the faint melody carried by the breeze. It was a playful tune, light and whimsical, as if the forest itself was singing a lullaby. Understanding dawned upon her like the first light of dawn. "The breeze is carrying a song that disrupts the harmony," Ela mused aloud. "Perhaps if we can find the source of the song, we can help balance it." With the fireflies as her guides, Ela followed the melody deeper into the woods. The song grew clearer with each step, winding through the trees like a gentle stream. Soon, they arrived at a small grove where a brook sang as it flowed over smooth stones. Sitting by the brook was a small, mischievous wind sprite named Zephyr. His hair was a tousled mess of leaves and twigs, and his eyes sparkled with the mirth of 1,000 secrets. He played a flute carved from a hollow reed, and the melody danced around him like a living thing. "Hello, Zephyr," Ela greeted, her voice as warm as the sun's first rays. "Your song is lovely, but it's causing the lights in Moonbrook to flicker." Zephyr paused in his playing, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "Oh dear, I didn't realize," he admitted, his voice a gentle breeze itself. "I just wanted to share my song with the forest." Ela smiled, her heart full of understanding. "Your song is beautiful, and perhaps you could share it in a way that brings harmony rather than disruption." With a thoughtful nod, Zephyr considered her words. "Perhaps I could weave the song into the rustling leaves and the babbling brook so it becomes part of the forest's own music." The fireflies buzzed in agreement, their lights pulsing in a gentle rhythm, and Ela felt the harmony returning to the woods. Zephyr lifted his flute once more, and this time the melody flowed seamlessly into the sounds of the forest, a soft, gentle harmony that soothed the night. With the song woven into the fabric of the forest, the fireflies' lights steadied, their flickering dance turning into a soft, steady glow. Ela smiled, knowing that the lanterns in Moonbrook would soon follow suit. As she made her way back to the village, the whispering woods enveloped her in a warm embrace, the trees whispering their gratitude. The lanterns glowed steadily, casting a warm, comforting light over the cobblestone streets. The villagers gathered to welcome Isla back, their faces alight with joy and curiosity. She shared her tale of the fireflies and the mischievous wind sprite, and how harmony had been restored through understanding and gentle wisdom. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Moonbrook nestled into the night, its lanterns casting a warm glow that promised sweet dreams and restful slumber. The villagers drifted off to sleep, their hearts comforted by the gentle lesson that even the smallest voice, when guided by kindness and understanding, could restore balance to the world. As the night deepened, the whispering woods stood sentinel, a silent guardian of the dreams that floated on the breeze. And in the gentle stillness, the song of the forest carried on, a lullaby of harmony and peace, cradling Moonbrook in its gentle embrace. Story 11. The Whispering Woods. In a quiet village nestled between vast emerald fields and a forest that seemed to breathe with ancient secrets, there lived a young girl named Layla. Her days were filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of the brook that wound its way through the heart of the village. At night the forest called to her, a symphony of whispers carried on the cool breeze. The villagers often spoke of the forest's magic, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Layla wandered toward the edge of the whispering woods. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches swaying slightly, as if in greeting. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation, for she had heard tales of those who ventured into the woods and returned with stories of wonder and wisdom. As she stepped beneath the canopy of leaves, the world changed. The air was cooler, tinged with the fragrance of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The forest was alive, each sound a note in a melody only the trees and creatures knew. Layla followed the winding path, her footsteps soft on the mossy earth. It wasn't long before she came upon a clearing where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. At its base was a small, glimmering pool, the water as clear as glass. Layla knelt beside it, curious. As she peered into the water, she noticed something peculiar, a smooth, iridescent stone that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. Drawn to its beauty, Layla reached into the pool and lifted the stone. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a strange sensation, as if the forest itself was speaking to her. The whispers grew clearer, and she understood they were not just sounds, but words. The stone, she realized, was a conduit, a bridge between her and the hidden world of the forest. The whispers guided her deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together and the light dimmed. She walked with a newfound sense of purpose, the stone glowing softly in her hand. The path led to a secluded glen, where the air shimmered with magic. In the center stood a circle of stones, their surfaces etched with runes that seemed to hum with energy. There she met an unexpected friend. A small fox with fur as red as autumn leaves watched her with keen, intelligent eyes. Layla felt an instant connection, as if the fox had been waiting for her. The stone in her hand warmed, and she felt the fox's thoughts, a gentle introduction to a world unseen. "Welcome, Layla." The fox's voice echoed in her mind, soft and melodic. "I am Riven, guardian of this part of the forest. You have discovered the Heartstone, a gift of the ancients, allowing you to hear the world's whispers. With it, you can help us protect this land." Layla felt a surge of responsibility. The forest, with its enchanting beauty and secrets, was a place worth safeguarding. She and Riven spent the following days exploring the hidden corners of the woods, learning its mysteries and meeting its inhabitants. A wise old owl, a playful band of squirrels, and a gentle deer with eyes like liquid amber. Each encounter taught Layla something new. The owl, with its vast knowledge, spoke of the balance of nature, of how every creature and plant played a role. The squirrels showed her the joy of simple pleasures, while the deer shared the importance of stillness and observation. With each lesson, Layla grew, her understanding of the world deepening. One day, Riven led her to a part of the forest shrouded in mist. The air was thick and cool, and the ground was carpeted with a rich tapestry of fallen leaves. Here, the whispers were louder, more insistent. The trees spoke of a disturbance, a shadow that threatened the harmony of the woods. Layla felt a chill run through her. "What can we do?" she asked, clutching the heartstone. Riven's eyes gleamed with determination. "We must find the source of the shadow and restore balance," he replied. "With the heartstone, we can see what others cannot." Together they followed the whispers, the path leading them to an old, forgotten grove. The trees here were twisted and dark, their leaves brittle and lifeless. In the center stood a fallen tree, its trunk hollow and cold. From within, a soft, eerie glow emanated. As they approached, Layla sensed a presence, a sadness that weighed heavy in the air. The whispers told of a once great spirit, now trapped and forgotten, its sorrow corrupting the land. Layla knew that to heal the forest, she must help the spirit find peace. With the heartstone in hand, she reached out, her thoughts filled with compassion and understanding. The glow from the fallen tree intensified, and she saw a figure emerge, ethereal and shimmering, its form like a wisp of fog. It was the spirit of the grove, its eyes filled with ancient wisdom and deep sorrow. "I am bound by regret," the spirit spoke, its voice a gentle breeze. "Long ago I failed to protect this land, and my heart grew heavy with despair. I became lost, and the forest suffered." Layla's heart ached for the spirit. "You are not alone," she said softly. "The forest is forgiving, and with time it can heal. Let us help you find peace." The spirit gazed at her, hope flickering in its eyes. "Thank you, child of the forest. Your kindness is a balm to my soul." With those words, the heartstone glowed brightly, its light enveloping the grove. The spirit's form shimmered, and it began to dissolve, its essence merging with the forest once more. The trees sighed with relief, their leaves regaining their vibrant green. The whispers turned to a melody of gratitude and renewal, the air alive with harmony. Layla felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of accomplishment and joy. She turned to Riven, who watched with a proud smile. "You've done it, Layla. You've helped restore the balance." The journey back to the village was filled with laughter and stories, the bond between Layla and Riven stronger than ever. The forest, once shrouded in mystery, was now a place of friendship and understanding. The heartstone had shown her the beauty of connection, of listening to the whispers of the world and acting with kindness. As she emerged from the woods, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with a tapestry of stars. The village was quiet, the houses aglow with the warm light of hearths. Layla's heart was full, her spirit light with the knowledge that she had made a difference. That night, as she lay in bed, the heartstone resting on her bedside table, she listened to the gentle rustle of the trees outside her window. The forest's whispers were softer now, a lullaby of peace and contentment. Layla closed her eyes, her dreams filled with the magic of friendship and the promise of new adventures. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Layla slept, the heartstone a reminder of the power of compassion and the beauty of a world whispering with wonder. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees spoke in rustling secrets and the moonlight painted silver paths on the ground, stood the quaint village of Moonbrook. This village was known for its peaceful charm and the gentle hum of magic that danced in the air like a soft lullaby. At the center of Moonbrook was a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide like a guardian's embrace, and nestled beneath its sturdy boughs was the home of a young girl named Clara. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. She loved her village dearly, and spent her days wandering the verdant meadows, her faithful companion, Oliver the fox, always at her side. Oliver, with his bright amber eyes and bushy tail, was a magical creature, capable of understanding the whispers of the woods, and he and Clara shared a bond as strong as the roots of the ancient oak. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Clara noticed something peculiar. The village bell, which usually tolled in gentle rhythm with the passing hours, had fallen silent. This bell, an old and cherished artifact, was vital to Moonbrook, for its chimes were said to keep the village in harmony with the magic of the forest. Concerned, Clara and Oliver decided to visit the bell tower, a quaint stone structure entwined with ivy and glowing softly under the moonlight. As they approached, a soft, tinkling sound echoed through the night, like laughter carried on the breeze. It was strange and unfamiliar, yet not entirely unkind. Inside the tower, the air was cool and fragrant with the scent of old wood and lavender. The bell hung from the ceiling, majestic and still. Clara reached up to touch it gently, and as she did, a small, luminescent creature fluttered out from behind the bell. It was a fairy, her wings shimmering in shades of blue and silver, like the surface of a sunlit lake. "Oh, I didn't mean to frighten you," the fairy exclaimed, her voice as soft as a feather. "My name is Lyra, and I've been trying to fix the bell." Clara blinked in surprise. "Fix it? What happened to it?" Lyra fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of sparkling dust. "You see, the bell lost its song. Without it, the balance of magic in the village is disturbed. I've been trying to understand why, but it's a mystery." Oliver, who had been observing quietly, spoke up, his voice gentle and thoughtful. "Perhaps we need to listen to the forest. It often knows what we do not." Clara nodded, her heart full of determination. "Let's visit the elder Willow. She's wise and might know what's amiss." The trio set off through the moonlit paths, where shadows danced in harmony with the light. The elder Willow stood at the edge of the village, her branches like long, graceful arms reaching toward the stars. As they approached, the leaves rustled in greeting. "What brings you here, young ones?" The willow's voice was deep and soothing, like the earth itself was speaking. Clara explained the situation, her voice earnest and hopeful. The willow listened, her leaves rustling thoughtfully. "The bell's magic is intertwined with the spirit of the forest," she said at last. "Perhaps it needs a new song born from the harmony of nature itself." Lyra clapped her tiny hands. "Of course, we need to find the lost notes, the music hidden in the forest." "But where do we start?" Clara asked, glancing around at the vastness of the woods. "The stream," Oliver suggested, his eyes bright with understanding. "Water carries the whispers of the earth." With a sense of purpose, they made their way to the babbling brook, its waters glistening under the moon's glow. The stream sang a gentle melody, a symphony of trickles and murmurs. Clara closed her eyes, feeling the rhythm of the water, and there it was, a note, pure and clear, nestled within the flow. Lyra collected the note, a glowing, ethereal sound that danced in her palms. "We must find more," she said, her voice filled with excitement. Next, they visited the flower meadow, where blossoms swayed in the night breeze, their petals whispering secrets to the stars. Here they found another note, hidden among the fragrance of blooms. Finally, they ventured to the heart of the forest, where the ancient stones lay. These stones, carved with runes of old, vibrated with a deep, resonant hum. In their midst, the last note was uncovered, rich and full as the earth itself. With all the notes gathered, Lyra wove them together with her magic, creating a new song, a melody born of water, flowers, and stone. They returned to the bell tower, the air around them shimmering with anticipation. As Lyra released the song, it wrapped around the bell like a gentle embrace. The bell began to glow softly, and then, with a deep, resonant chime, it rang out, filling the village with its harmonious sound once more. The air shimmered with magic, and the village sighed in relief, restored to its serene balance. Clara smiled, her heart light and joyful. "Thank you, Lyra, for helping us find the way." Lyra beamed, hovering beside the bell. "It was your kindness and wisdom that solved the mystery. Sometimes the answers are all around us, waiting to be heard." Oliver nodded, his tail swishing contentedly, "and friendship makes the journey worthwhile." With the village at peace, Clara, Oliver, and Lyra returned to their respective homes, the night wrapping around them like a warm blanket. As Clara nestled into bed, Oliver curled up at her feet. She felt the gentle hum of the bell's magic, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the silver moon, the village of Moonbrook settled into a tranquil slumber, knowing that with wisdom, friendship, and a touch of magic, any mystery could be solved, and harmony would always be restored. Story 13. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of a verdant valley, nestled between the towering, snow-capped peaks of the Whispering Mountains, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched-roof cottages, was cradled by the lush expanses of the evergreen forest, a place whispered about in both awe and reverence by the villagers. It was said that the forest, with its towering trees and hidden glens, was home to a secret world, a place where magic lingered like mist in the morning air. In Willowbrook, life moved at a tranquil pace. The villagers went about their daily tasks with the kind of unhurried ease that seemed to echo the rhythm of nature itself. Among them was a young girl named Leora, who was known for her gentle spirit and a heart as warm as the sunlit meadows. Leora lived with her grandmother, the village healer, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest. Their home was a place of warmth and light, where the scent of dried herbs mingled with the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread. Leora's days were spent helping her grandmother gather herbs and tending to their small garden, where vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Her favorite pastime, however, was exploring the edges of the evergreen forest, where the trees whispered secrets to those who listened closely enough. Though she had never ventured far into the forest's depths, she often dreamed of what lay beyond the familiar paths. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on one of her usual walks. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she wandered, she noticed a peculiar glimmer among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity piqued, Leora knelt to investigate and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box, though weathered by time, was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dappled sunlight. With a sense of wonder, Leora carefully opened the box. Inside lay a smooth, translucent stone that pulsed with an ethereal light. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, and as she held it, a warmth spread through her fingers as though the stone was alive with a gentle magic. She knew instinctively that this was no ordinary object. Leora decided to show the stone to her grandmother, whose wisdom and knowledge of the forest were unparalleled. That afternoon, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the village, Leora hurried home, her heart alight with excitement. Her grandmother, seated by the hearth, listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, her eyes twinkling with both curiosity and caution. "Ah, this is a rare find indeed," her grandmother murmured, examining the stone closely. "It is a moonstone, known to be a guide and a protector. Legends say it holds the power to reveal hidden paths and unlock the secrets of the forest." Leora's eyes widened with wonder. "What should I do with it, grandmother?" Her grandmother smiled softly, her gaze warm and reassuring. "The stone has chosen you, Leora. It will guide you, but remember, with its gift comes responsibility. Use it wisely and with kindness." That night, as the stars twinkled like a scatter of diamonds across the velvet sky, Leora lay in bed, the moonstone resting on her windowsill, its soft glow casting a gentle light across her room. Her mind buzzed with possibilities, and as sleep claimed her, she dreamed of the forest and the hidden world that awaited her. The following days passed in a blur of anticipation. Leora carried the moonstone with her always, its reassuring weight a reminder of the adventure that lay ahead. She began to notice subtle changes in the forest, as if the trees and streams were speaking a language she was only just beginning to understand. Finally, the day arrived when Leora felt ready to venture deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before. With the moonstone clutched in her hand, she set off at dawn, the early morning light painting the world in hues of gold and lavender. As she walked, the familiar paths soon gave way to unfamiliar terrain. The forest here was wilder, the trees towering and ancient, their branches forming a dense canopy overhead. Yet, with each step, Leora felt a sense of belonging, as though she was being welcomed into a long-lost part of herself. The moonstone seemed to pulse in her hand, guiding her with an unseen force. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a hidden glade, a place untouched by time. A crystal-clear stream wound through the glade, its waters singing a melody that resonated with her very soul. The air was alive with the scent of wildflowers, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves in a dance of light and shadow. It was here, in this magical place, that Leora met a most unexpected friend. As she sat by the stream, marveling at the beauty around her, a soft rustling in the underbrush caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a small creature, no larger than a rabbit, with fur as white as snow and eyes that shimmered like opals. The creature approached cautiously, its gaze locked with Leora's. She held her breath, sensing that this was a moment of great importance. With a gentle heart and open mind, she extended her hand, and to her delight, the creature nuzzled against her palm, its fur warm and soft. "Hello, little one," Leora whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "Who are you?" To her astonishment, the creature spoke, its voice a musical whisper that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. "I am Niv, a guardian of the forest. You have been chosen, Leora, to help restore balance to our world. The Moonstone has brought you here for a reason." Leora listened, her heart swelling with a mixture of awe and responsibility. She learned that the evergreen forest was indeed home to a hidden realm, a place where magic thrived and creatures like Niv lived in harmony with nature. But recently, a shadow had fallen over the forest, disrupting the delicate balance and threatening the magic that sustained it. "How can I help?" Leora asked, determination threading through her voice. "With the Moonstone, you have the power to heal and protect," Niv replied. "But you must seek the source of light, a hidden spring deep within the forest. There, with the Moonstone's magic, you can restore the light that has been dimmed." Though the task seemed daunting, Leora felt a sense of purpose igniting within her. She knew she could not do it alone, but with Niv by her side, she had hope. And so, together, they embarked on a journey deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows lengthened. As they traveled, Leora and Niv encountered many wonders. Glowing fungi that cast a soothing light, trees that sang in the breeze, and creatures of all shapes and sizes who offered guidance and friendship. Each step brought them closer to the source of light, and with each encounter, Leora's understanding of the forest deepened. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Leora and Niv arrived at the base of a towering waterfall. The sound of cascading water was a symphony of power and grace, and Leora knew they were close to their destination. Behind the waterfall, hidden from view, lay a cavern that housed the spring they sought. With Niv's guidance, Leora stepped through the curtain of water, feeling its cool mist against her skin. The cavern beyond was a place of ethereal beauty, illuminated by the gentle glow of luminescent crystals. At its center bubbled the source of light, a spring of pure, shimmering water that seemed to pulse with life itself. Leora approached the spring, the moonstone in her hand glowing brighter than ever before. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the water, she held the moonstone above the spring and closed her eyes, focusing her thoughts on peace and harmony. As she did so, the moonstone began to pulse with a radiant light, its warmth spreading through the cavern. The water of the spring shimmered in response, and to Leora's amazement, a beam of light shot upward, illuminating the cavern with a brilliance that chased away the shadows. In that moment, Leora felt a deep connection to the forest and all its inhabitants. She understood that the magic of the forest was not just in its beauty, but in the harmony and balance that allowed it to thrive. With the moonstone's help, she had restored that balance, ensuring that the magic would endure for generations to come. As the light of the spring faded to a gentle glow, Leora opened her eyes to find Niv watching her with a look of profound gratitude. "Thank you, Leora," Niv said, his voice filled with warmth. "You have done more than restore the light. You have reminded us all of the power of kindness and the strength found in unity." With their task complete, Leora and Niv returned to Willowbrook, where the villagers greeted them with joy and celebration. The story of their journey spread throughout the village, becoming a tale of hope and friendship that would be told for years to come. From that day forward, Leora became known as a guardian of the forest, a protector of its magic, and a friend to all who called it home. She continued to explore the forest with Niv by her side, discovering new wonders and deepening her bond with the natural world. And so, in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Mountains, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where magic and reality coexisted in perfect harmony. Leora's journey had changed her, not just in the eyes of the village, but within her own heart. She had learned that true strength lay not in power, but in compassion, and that the greatest magic of all was the magic of friendship. As the years passed, the story of the Moonstone and the hidden world within the forest became a cherished legend in Willowbrook, a reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And every night, as the stars twinkled above the village, Leora would sit by her window, the moonstone in her hand, and dream of the adventures yet to come. In the quiet of the night, with the forest a comforting presence on the horizon, Leora knew that the magic of the evergreen forest would always be a part of her, guiding her with its gentle light and reminding her of the boundless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. Story 14. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Mira. Her chestnut hair danced with the wind, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of endless questions. Though her village was small, her dreams soared far beyond the horizon. One breezy autumn afternoon, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Mira wandered into her grandmother's attic, a treasure trove of forgotten memories and dusty relics. Among the cobwebbed corners and creaky floorboards, she stumbled upon an old, ornate mirror. Its frame was carved with intricate vines and tiny woodland creatures that seemed to twinkle in the dim light. As Mira wiped the dust away, the mirror shimmered and glowed, revealing not her reflection, but a swirling mist of colors and stars. Entranced, Mira reached out, and in that instant she felt a gentle tug, pulling her into the mirror's depths. Mira found herself standing in a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sky was an endless expanse of twilight blue, dotted with glowing fireflies. Before her was a path paved with luminescent stones leading into an enchanting forest. "Welcome, dear traveler," came a soft voice, melodic as a babbling brook. Mira turned to see a small creature perched on a nearby rock. It was a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur shimmered like silver in moonlight, and its eyes held the wisdom of ages. "I am Sylvan, guardian of the enchanted grove." Mira, bewildered yet intrigued, felt comforted by Sylvan's presence. "Why am I here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The Mirror Child has chosen you," Sylvan replied with a gentle smile. "There is a gift within you waiting to be discovered, and a journey you must take." With Sylvan by her side, Mira embarked on a journey through the grove. Each step revealed wonders: trees that hummed with ancient songs, streams that giggled as they flowed, and flowers that bloomed in a symphony of colors at her approach. Along the way, Mira met other denizens of this magical land. There was Pippin, a jovial squirrel with fur as red as autumn leaves, who loved to share tales of bravery and kindness. And there was Luna, a wise old owl, whose feathers shone with the hues of the night sky, and who spoke in riddles that challenged Mira's mind. As they traveled, Mira learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see beauty in the smallest of things, and to trust in the strength of her heart. Yet a challenge awaited her, a challenge that required not the might of arms, but the clarity of understanding. The path led them to a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where stood the Mirror of Truth, its surface rippling like a tranquil pond. Sylvan, Pippin, and Luna gathered around Mira, their eyes filled with gentle encouragement. "Mira," Sylvan began, "this mirror will reflect not what is outside, but what lies within. To return home, you must see yourself truly." Mira took a deep breath and stepped before the mirror. Her reflection showed her as she was, but as she gazed deeper, she saw beyond the surface, a tapestry of her dreams, fears, and hopes intertwined. She saw moments of doubt, but also her courage in facing them. She saw the kindness she had given and the love she had received. In that moment of clarity, Mira understood the lesson of the enchanted grove. True magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, profound truths of life: kindness, courage, and love. With her heart full of newfound wisdom, Mira felt a warm glow envelop her. The mirror's surface shimmered once more, and she found herself back in her grandmother's attic, the soft light of dawn spilling through the window. The mirror stood silent and still, its frame now just wood and glass. Yet Mira knew that the magic of the grove and the lessons she had learned would stay with her always. As she descended the attic stairs, Mira felt different, a quiet strength and joy within her. She had discovered the extraordinary within herself, a gift that would light her path wherever her journey might lead. And so, in the gentle embrace of a new day, Mira stepped into the world, eager to share the magic she had found, knowing that the greatest adventures begin in the simplest of places, and the truest treasures are those we carry in our hearts. Story 15. In a forest older than memory, where the trees whispered secrets in the language of leaves, there existed a hidden world of natural creatures. This forest was a tapestry of emerald greens and earthy browns, stitched together by streams that chuckled over smooth stones. Here, beneath the canopy of ancient oaks and willows, the air was a symphony of birdsong and the rustling of small creatures going about their lives. In the heart of this enchanted forest, a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and fresh moss. The sunlight, filtered through a vibrant quilt of leaves, danced upon the forest floor, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. This was the domain of the wise owl named Orin, whose eyes, as deep and knowing as the sky at midnight, had watched over the forest for many generations. Orin was the guardian of balance, ensuring that all creatures, from the smallest ant to the grandest stag, lived in harmony. This task was not undertaken alone, for Orin was aided by a council of trusted friends. Brindle the fox, with a coat as fiery as autumn leaves, and Seraphina the hare, whose fur seemed spun from the silver light of the moon. Each creature in the forest had its role, and they all understood the delicate balance they were a part of. The bees buzzed tirelessly, pollinating wildflowers that painted the meadows with splashes of color. The squirrels gathered acorns, planting new life as they stored their winter supplies. Even the wind had its duties, carrying seeds to distant places, ensuring the forest grew in a harmonious symphony of life. One tranquil morning, as spring unfurled its tender leaves and the forest awoke from its winter slumber, a disturbance rippled through the woods. A strange, unfamiliar chill lingered in the air, holding back the warmth of spring. The streams, usually filled with the melodies of playful currents, ran more slowly, as if hesitant to embrace the new season. Concerned, Orin gathered his council beneath the vast branches of the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree, whose roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring him like a wise elder watching over his kin. "The balance is shifting," Orin hooted softly, his voice resonating with the wisdom of countless seasons. "The forest feels it, and so do I." Brindle, with her sharp, perceptive eyes, nodded. "The air smells of change, yet not the kind we are accustomed to." Seraphina twitched her ears, listening to the whispers of the earth that only she could hear. The soil speaks of a coldness that lingers beneath, a reluctance to awaken fully. Together, they pondered this mystery, their thoughts weaving through the possibilities like the streams through the forest. It was then that Orin remembered an ancient tale, passed down through generations, of the Dance of Seasons, a magical phenomenon that maintained the balance between the realms of warmth and chill. "The Dance of Seasons," Orin began, his voice a gentle caress to the ears of his companions. "It is a sacred ritual, performed once in a generation, to honor the passing of one season to the next. If interrupted, it could lead to imbalance." The council realized that the dance had been disrupted, and it was their duty to restore it. The task required wisdom, courage, and the unyielding bond of friendship that tied them together. Guided by the whispers of the forest, they journeyed through the woods, their path illuminated by shafts of sunlight that pierced the canopy like golden arrows. They passed through fields of wildflowers, their colors a vibrant celebration of life, and across babbling brooks that sang of distant lands. At the edge of a clearing they found the heart of the forest, a place where magic was as tangible as the moss that cushioned their steps. Here, the air shimmered with possibilities, and the boundaries between the seen and unseen wove together like threads in a tapestry. In the center of this sacred space stood a great stone circle, ancient and powerful, each stone inscribed with runes that glowed with an ethereal light. This was the stage for the Dance of Seasons. Orin, with wings outstretched, took his place at the circle's center. Brindle and Seraphina stood by his side, their hearts beating in unison with the pulse of the forest. Together they began the dance, moving in harmony with the rhythms of the earth. Orin's wings carved patterns in the air, Brindle's swift steps traced paths of fire, and Seraphina's leaps wove trails of moonlight. As they danced, the air around them shimmered and sang, a melody of renewal and hope. With each movement, the chill in the air began to fade, replaced by the gentle warmth of spring's embrace. The streams quickened their pace, their laughter a joyous accompaniment to the dance. The forest, awakened by the magic, responded with a symphony of life, as buds unfurled and leaves whispered their gratitude. As the dance drew to a close, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a blessing from the sky. It was a rain that nourished the earth, a reminder of the balance they had restored. The forest, in its timeless wisdom, had once again found its harmony. Exhausted but fulfilled, Orin, Brindle, and Seraphina rested beneath the grandfather tree. The forest around them thrummed with life, a testament to their courage and unity. The balance had been restored, and the lessons of the Dance of Seasons would be passed down to future generations, a legacy of wisdom and friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The creatures of the woods dreamed beneath a blanket of stars, safe in the knowledge that they lived in a world where harmony reigned, and the gentle guardianship of Orin and his friends would always watch over them. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality danced together, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued, thriving in a world of balance and peace, a world where the wisdom of the past guided the footsteps of the future. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood like ancient guardians under the watchful eyes of the moon, there lay a small village known as Elderglen. It was a place where the air was always fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the stream that wound through the village provided a constant lullaby. Elderglen was renowned for its peacefulness, a tranquility that seemed to emanate from the very ground itself. But beyond the village, hidden deep within the forest, lay a secret world, a place whispered about only in hushed tones by the village elders. It was said that this hidden realm could only be seen by those with pure hearts and noble intentions. Among the villagers, tales of this mystical place were abundant, woven into bedtime stories and whispered among friends on moonlit nights. Yet, few believed it was real, dismissing it as mere legend. In Elderglen, there lived a young girl named Leora. She was known for her kind heart and adventurous spirit. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her laughter was like the tinkling of bells. Leora loved nothing more than to wander the forest paths, accompanied by her faithful companion, a small, wise old owl named Bramble. Together they explored every nook and cranny of the woods, delighting in the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves fluttered down like rain, Leora and Bramble set out on another adventure. The forest was alive with color, the trees adorned in fiery reds and brilliant oranges, their leaves crunching underfoot. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of earth and the promise of rain. As they walked, Leora spoke to Bramble, her voice soft and melodic. "Do you think the hidden world truly exists, Bramble? Or is it just a story to entertain children like me?" Bramble, perched comfortably on Leora's shoulder, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Many things in life begin as stories, dear Leora, but stories often hold kernels of truth, hidden like jewels waiting to be discovered." Leora smiled at Bramble's words, feeling a flutter of excitement in her heart. She had always believed in the possibility of magic, in the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. They continued deeper into the woods, guided by a sense of adventure and the gentle whispers of the wind. As the afternoon wore on, the light began to fade, casting the forest in a soft golden glow. The air grew still, and a hush fell over the woods, as if the very trees were holding their breath. Suddenly, Leora stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening in wonder. Before her, half hidden by a curtain of vines, was an archway made of twisted branches. It seemed to shimmer in the fading light, as if beckoning to her. "Look, Bramble," Leora whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Could this be the entrance to the hidden world? Bramble tilted his head, his wise eyes gleaming. "There is only one way to find out, my dear." With a deep breath, Leora stepped forward, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she passed through the archway, a sense of warmth enveloped her, as if she were being welcomed into a long-lost haven. On the other side, Leora found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The forest was bathed in a soft, ethereal light, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of life. Trees towered above, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends, and the ground was carpeted with lush moss that felt like velvet underfoot. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed the hidden realm, each more wondrous than the last. There were tiny luminescent fairies that flitted about like living stars, and gentle deer with antlers that glowed with an inner light. Everywhere Leora looked, there was beauty and magic. As she wandered through this enchanted world, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, as if she had finally found a place where she truly belonged. Bramble, too, seemed at ease, his eyes alight with curiosity as he observed the wonders around them. They soon came across a clearing where a small, tranquil pool lay at the center. The water was so clear that it reflected the sky like a mirror, and delicate water lilies floated serenely on its surface. Leora knelt by the water's edge, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, wondering eyes. It was then that she noticed something glimmering beneath the water, a small, crystalline object nestled among the pebbles. Intrigued, Leora reached into the pool, her fingers brushing against the cool surface. As she lifted the object from the water, she found herself holding a beautifully crafted pendant, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light. Bramble fluttered down to Leora's side, eyeing the pendant with interest. "What a remarkable find, Leora. There is a magic about it, a story waiting to be told." As Leora held the pendant in her hands, she felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the object itself was filled with a gentle, comforting energy. She slipped it over her head, feeling its weight settle against her heart. With the pendant around her neck, Leora sensed a subtle change in the world around her. Colors seemed more vibrant, and the air rang with a melody that she had not noticed before. It was as if the pendant had awakened a hidden part of her, allowing her to perceive the magic that had always been there, just beyond the edge of sight. As the day began to wane and the first stars appeared in the twilight sky, Leora and Bramble knew it was time to return to Elderglen. Reluctantly, they made their way back through the forest, passing once more through the archway of twisted branches. The journey back was filled with a quiet joy, a sense of wonder that lingered in the air like the fading notes of a song. Leora's heart felt lighter, as if she had been gifted with a treasure far greater than the pendant itself. When they reached the village, the warm glow of lanterns greeted them, casting a welcoming light across the cobblestone streets. Leora's mother was waiting by the door, her face breaking into a smile as she saw her daughter approach. "There you are, my dear," she said, enveloping Leora in a warm embrace. "I was beginning to wonder where you'd wandered off to." Leora smiled up at her mother, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the love and warmth that filled her home. "I found something wonderful today, Mama," she said, her voice filled with excitement. "A hidden world in the forest, and this," she added, showing her the pendant. Her mother's eyes widened in surprise and delight. "It's beautiful, Leora. It suits you perfectly." That night, as Leora lay in bed, the pendant resting against her heart, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her, like a comforting embrace. The memory of the hidden world lingered in her mind, a melody that played softly in the background of her dreams. As she drifted off to sleep, Leora knew that she would return to the magical realm, to explore its wonders and uncover its secrets. But for now, she was content, knowing that she carried a piece of that magic with her, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond the ordinary. In the quiet of the night, under a sky filled with stars, Leora dreamed of the hidden world, of friendship and adventure, and of the magic that lived in her heart. And as she slept, the gentle hum of the forest sang her a lullaby, cradling her in its eternal embrace. Story 17. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle slopes of emerald hills and the whispering expanse of a silver lake, there lived a young woman named Leora. This village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, each with its own garden bursting with the vibrant hues of wildflowers and herbs. The air was perpetually laced with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the crisp, earthy aroma of freshly tilled soil. Leora, with her bright eyes the color of a cloudless sky, was known for her gentle spirit and her affinity for the natural world. Her days were spent tending to her beloved garden, where she whispered secrets to the flowers and listened to the stories carried on the wind. Yet beneath her serene exterior, Leora struggled with a deep-seated fear of change. She cherished the predictability of her life, the comforting rhythm of familiar routines, and the certainty of each sunrise and sunset. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves transformed into a mosaic of gold and crimson, Leora noticed something unusual in her garden. Among the marigolds and violets, a single, unfamiliar plant had sprouted overnight. Its leaves shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and its blossoms glowed with a soft, luminescent light that pulsed gently like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Intrigued and slightly anxious about this unexpected development, Leora knelt beside the plant, her fingers brushing its leaves. As she touched it, she felt a tingling sensation that traveled up her arm and settled warmly in her chest. A soft voice, as gentle as a lullaby, filled her mind. "Fear not, dear one. I am a gift from the forest spirits, here to guide you on a journey of transformation." Startled, Leora withdrew her hand, but the plant's presence was comforting, and the voice, though unexpected, was soothing. Over the following days, she found herself drawn to the plant, spending hours in its company. The more time she spent near it, the more she noticed subtle changes within herself. She became more attuned to the shifting seasons, the vibrant dance of life around her, and the quiet wisdom held by the natural world. As autumn deepened, the village prepared for the annual Harvest Moon Festival, a celebration of gratitude and abundance. It was a time when villagers came together to share stories, music, and the fruits of their labor. This year, however, a sense of unease permeated the air. The weather had been unpredictable, and the crops were not as plentiful as in years past. A hush of worry settled over the village like a fine mist. One evening, as Leora sat beside her glowing plant, she felt a growing sense of responsibility to help her community. The plant's voice whispered once more, "You have within you the power to bring change, to nurture not only your garden, but also your village. Trust in yourself and the journey." Leora pondered these words, their weight settling like a gentle snow upon her heart. Could she, who had always shied away from change, find the courage to step beyond her safe haven? Encouraged by the plant's presence, she decided to seek guidance from the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Elder Thalia. Elder Thalia's cottage was nestled at the edge of the forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets of times long past. Leora found her sitting by the hearth, knitting by the flickering light of the fire. The warmth of the room enveloped Leora, and the scent of chamomile tea filled the air. "Elder Thalia," Leora began hesitantly, "I come seeking your wisdom. There's a magic plant in my garden, and it has shown me a path I fear to tread. How can I help our village when I am so afraid of change?" Elder Thalia set aside her knitting and regarded Leora with kind eyes. "Change is the essence of life, dear Leora. It is as natural as the turning of the seasons. To embrace it is to embrace growth. You have a gift, a connection to the earth that not many possess. Trust in that bond and let it guide you." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with hope and determination. She returned to her garden, her mind teeming with possibilities. The plant, as if sensing her resolve, glowed brighter than ever, its light casting gentle shadows that danced across the garden. Inspired, Leora began experimenting with new ways to cultivate the land. She worked tirelessly, drawing upon her intuition and the plant's gentle guidance. Slowly, the barren patches in the village fields began to flourish, vibrant with life. The villagers, witnessing the transformation, gathered to learn from her, their hearts buoyed by newfound hope. The Harvest Moon Festival arrived, its light spilling silver across the village. Leora stood among her friends and neighbors, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. The air was alive with music and laughter, a testament to the strength and resilience of their community. As the festival drew to a close, Leora stood at the edge of the lake, the reflection of the full moon shimmering like a path of silver light. The plant's voice echoed softly in her mind. "You have grown, dear Leora, much like the garden you tend. Embrace the journey, for it is in the unknown that we discover the true beauty of life." With a heart full of peace, Leora turned back to the village, her spirit aglow like the luminescent blossoms in her garden. She had learned that change, though daunting, was a friend, not a foe. It was a gentle nudge towards growth, a reminder that life was an ever-unfolding story, rich with possibility and wonder. And so, under the watchful gaze of the harvest moon, Leora embraced her newfound courage, ready to nurture both her garden and her heart, confident that the seeds of change would bloom into a future full of promise and light. Story 18. Once upon a dreamy night, beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, a young doe named Willow ventured through the ancient evergreen forest. The cool, crisp air carried the scent of pine and damp earth, as if the trees themselves were breathing life into the world. Willow's delicate hooves left gentle impressions on the mossy ground, her ears twitching at every rustle and chirp. This forest was a realm of secrets, where nature's creatures dwelled in perfect harmony, their lives interwoven with the ebb and flow of the seasons. As the first rays of dawn peeked through the branches, Willow reached a secluded glade. Here, a magnificent stag named Asher stood guard, his antlers adorned with vibrant wildflowers that seemed to glow with an ethereal light. Asher was the wise keeper of the forest's ancient tales, and Willow had come to learn from him. "Greetings, young one." Asher's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "The forest awakens anew, and with it, a story as old as time itself." Willow settled on the soft moss, her eyes wide with wonder, as Asher began to weave his tale. Long ago, when these trees were mere saplings, the forest was home to a rare and magical species, the Whisper Sprites. These tiny beings could commune with nature itself, their voices carried on the breeze, whispering secrets to the plants and animals. Asher's words painted vivid pictures in Willow's mind. She could almost hear the gentle murmurs of the Whisper Sprites, guiding the forest through the changing seasons. In the spring, their melodies would coax the first buds to bloom, filling the air with the sweet fragrance of renewal. As summer's warmth embraced the land, their songs encouraged the trees to stretch their branches, providing cool shade for the woodland creatures. Willow imagined the vibrant greens of new growth, the gentle patter of rain on leaves, and the buzzing of industrious bees. The forest seemed to come alive around her, as if responding to Asher's tale. When autumn's chill crept in, the Whisper Sprites would hum a bittersweet symphony, urging the trees to shed their leaves in a dazzling display of reds, oranges, and golds. And in the depths of winter, their soothing lullabies would lull the forest into a peaceful slumber, conserving its strength for the cycle to begin anew. Asher's voice carried the weight of generations, echoing the timeless rhythm of nature. Willow could almost see the snow-dusted branches, the icy streams, and the frosted foliage glistening like diamonds in the pale winter light. But one fateful year, the Whisper Sprites vanished without a trace, Asher continued solemnly. The forest fell into disarray, the seasons thrown into chaos. It was then that the wisest creatures of the woodland realm came together, pooling their knowledge and forming a sacred pact. Willow leaned forward, her heart racing with anticipation. They vowed to honor the Whisper Sprite's memory by preserving the delicate balance of nature. Each species would play its part, guided by the ancient wisdom passed down through the generations. And so the cycle of life continued, upheld by the unwavering spirit of the forest itself. As Asher's tale drew to a close, Willow felt a profound sense of reverence for the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded her. The gentle rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the scurrying of unseen creatures all seemed to be part of a greater symphony, a harmonious dance that had endured for eons. "Remember, young Willow," Asher said, his wise eyes twinkling, "the forest is a living, breathing entity, and we are all its caretakers. Guard its secrets well, and pass on its ancient wisdom to those who will follow in your footsteps." Willow nodded solemnly, her heart swelling with gratitude for the precious knowledge bestowed upon her. As she made her way back through the forest, she felt a deep connection to the land, a sense of belonging that transcended the boundaries of her own existence. For in the evergreen forest, the whispers of the past echoed through every branch and every blade of grass, reminding all who listened that nature's harmony was a sacred trust, to be cherished and protected for generations to come. Story 19. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was laced with the sweet fragrance of pine and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were as intertwined as the roots of the towering trees that sheltered them. This forest, known as the Verdant Grove, was a place where the natural and magical worlds danced together in perfect harmony. The canopy above was a quilt of emerald leaves and dappled sunlight, while below, the forest floor was a tapestry of mosses and wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting the earth in hues of green, gold, and violet. At the heart of this forest stood a grand oak, its branches reaching skyward like ancient gnarled arms. It was said that this oak, known as the Great Elder, was as old as the forest itself. Within its hollow trunk lived a wise old owl named Orin. With feathers as soft as a moonlit night and eyes as deep as the earth's secrets, Orin was the keeper of the forest's lore and the teller of its stories. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Orin gathered the forest creatures around him. Squirrels with bushy tails sat perched on branches, foxes curled up on beds of fallen leaves, and even the shy deer stood quietly at the edge of the clearing, their eyes wide with curiosity. "Tonight," Orin began, his voice a gentle, resonant hum, "I shall tell you of the cycle of seasons and the balance it brings to our beloved home." The creatures leaned closer, eager for the tale. Orin spread his wings slightly, as if to embrace them all, and continued. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was a wild and untamed place. The seasons did not follow the gentle rhythm they do today. Summer would rage with unending heat, while winter's icy grasp would linger far too long. The forest was in turmoil, and life struggled to thrive. The forest creatures listened intently, their eyes shimmering in the dimming light. They could almost feel the tension of those ancient times, the imbalance that had once threatened their world. It was during this time, Orin went on, that a young fox named Finn and a wise raven named Lyra set out on a journey. They were determined to restore harmony to the forest, to find the balance that would allow all creatures to live in peace. Finn, with his coat the color of autumn leaves, was quick and clever, his heart full of courage. Lyra, with her sleek black feathers and sharp eyes, was wise beyond her years, her mind a treasure trove of knowledge passed down through generations. Together they traveled across the forest, seeking the ancient spirits of the seasons. They climbed the highest peaks, where the wind sang a song older than time itself, and descended into the deepest valleys, where streams whispered tales of forgotten days. At last they came upon the Grove of Seasons, a mystical glade where the spirits of spring, summer, autumn, and winter resided. The air was alive with magic, a shimmering veil that danced in colors too beautiful to name. The spirits, each embodying the essence of their season, greeted Finn and Lyra with kindness. Spring, with her gown of fresh blooms, spoke with a voice like a babbling brook. Summer, his golden aura warm and enveloping, laughed with the sound of rustling fields. Autumn, cloaked in a tapestry of falling leaves, spoke softly, her words carried on the wind. Winter, draped in a cloak of snowflakes, whispered with a voice as crisp as the frost. "We seek your guidance," Finn said, his voice steady. "The forest is out of balance, and we wish to restore harmony." The spirits listened, their eyes aglow with understanding. They knew the forest's plight and had been waiting for such a request. "You must learn the dance of the seasons," Winter told them, her breath a cold mist. "For it is a dance of give and take, of ebb and flow." Spring nodded, her eyes sparkling like dew-kissed petals. "Each season must play its part, neither lingering too long nor departing too soon." Summer grinned, a sunbeam lighting his face. "It is a dance of life, where all must move in rhythm." Autumn smiled, her voice a gentle rustle. "And once you understand this dance, you will know how to guide it." Finn and Lyra spent many days with the spirits, learning the intricate steps of the seasonal dance. They watched as spring painted the world with life and color, as summer breathed warmth into every corner, as autumn spun a tapestry of gold and crimson, and as winter wrapped the forest in a peaceful slumber. When their lessons were complete, Finn and Lyra returned to their home, their hearts filled with the wisdom they had gained. They shared their knowledge with the forest creatures, teaching them the importance of balance and harmony. Under their guidance, the forest began to thrive. The seasons moved in their gentle rhythm, each one bringing its unique gifts to the world. The creatures of the forest learned to live in harmony with the land and with each other, their lives a testament to the balance of nature. Orin paused, his story drawing to a close. The forest creatures, now a part of this ancient tale, sat in a peaceful silence, the lessons of the story settling into their hearts like gentle rain. "And so," Orin concluded, his voice a soft murmur, "the forest remains a place of harmony and beauty, a testament to the wisdom of those who came before." The creatures nodded, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were part of something much greater than themselves. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, they returned to their homes, their dreams filled with visions of a world in perfect balance. And in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the great elder, the dance of the seasons continued, a timeless symphony of life and harmony. Story 20: The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Light. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air danced with the scent of pine and the melodies of babbling brooks, lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft songs of sparrows, while her nights were cradled by the sweet lullabies of crickets. Lila had a heart as bright as the morning sun, and a curiosity that flitted like the butterflies she loved to chase. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila sat on the wooden porch of her cottage, her eyes drawn to the distant silhouette of the forest. The forest, known as the Whispering Woods, was a realm of enchantment and mystery, where tales of talking animals and hidden treasures were woven into the fabric of the villagers' stories. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with a voice like honeyed tea, often spoke of a magical object hidden deep within the woods, a lantern of light that could illuminate the darkest paths and reveal hidden truths. "It is a beacon for those lost or seeking," her grandmother would say, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "But it can only be found by those who seek it with a pure heart." That night, as the first stars began to twinkle like tiny diamonds scattered across the velvet sky, Lila felt a pull, a gentle nudge from the universe, beckoning her to the Whispering Woods. With a heart full of wonder and a lantern of her own to guide her way, she ventured into the forest, the cool night air wrapping around her like a silken shawl. The forest was alive with the soft whispers of the wind weaving through the branches, the gentle hoot of an owl perched high above, and the distant croak of frogs hidden amongst the dewy ferns. The moon cast a silvery glow, turning the forest floor into a tapestry of shadows and light. As Lila walked, she marveled at the delicate dance of fireflies, their tiny lights flickering like stars brought to earth. Deeper into the woods, the path grew narrow, lined with ancient trees whose gnarled roots told tales of times long past. It was here, amidst the towering guardians of the forest, that Lila stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, glowing faintly with an otherworldly luminescence. She paused, feeling the air around her shift, a gentle hum resonating through the earth beneath her feet. From within the circle emerged a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a fox, but not merely a creature of flesh and fur. Its coat shimmered with the colors of the twilight sky, and its eyes, a deep cerulean, held a wisdom that transcended time. The fox approached with a grace that seemed to echo the elegance of a gentle breeze. "Do not be afraid," the fox spoke, its voice a soft melody that wrapped around Lila like a comforting embrace. "I am Phelan, guardian of the Whispering Woods. You seek the Lantern of Light, do you not?" Lila nodded, her heart skipping with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "I do," she replied, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Then you must trust in the path that lies before you," Phelan said, his gaze unwavering and kind. "The lantern reveals itself only to those who walk with faith and heart. But be warned, for the journey is not without its trials." With Phelan by her side, Lila continued her journey deeper into the heart of the forest. With every step, the air grew thicker with magic, and the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering secrets from ages long forgotten. As they walked, Phelan shared stories of the forest's history, of the spirits that danced in the moonlight and the hidden glades where time stood still. Lila listened, her heart swelling with the beauty of the tales and the warmth of the fox's companionship. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was alive in ways she had never imagined, each rustle and whisper a piece of a grander symphony. The night wore on, the forest enveloped in a serene stillness punctuated by the occasional call of a distant nightingale. Lila's lantern flickered, casting a warm glow that danced upon the leaves and painted the path in shades of gold. But as they ventured further, the path began to twist and turn, leading them to a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching for the heavens, its trunk etched with the lines of many lifetimes. Beneath the oak lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars overhead. Phelan paused at the edge of the pool, his reflection rippling like a living painting. "This is the pool of reflection," Phelan explained, his voice a gentle murmur in the night. "To find the lantern, you must first look within yourself. Gaze into the pool, Lila, and see what truths it reveals." With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Lila knelt beside the pool. As she peered into its depths, the water began to shimmer and shift, revealing images that danced like dreams upon its surface. She saw herself, not as she appeared in the mirror each morning, but as she truly was, a girl with a heart full of love, courage, and a yearning for adventure. But the pool also showed her moments of doubt and fear, the shadows that lingered in the corners of her mind. Yet, as each image unfolded, Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a realization that these shadows were but a part of her journey, shaping her into who she was meant to be. "It is not the absence of fear that defines us, but the courage to face it," Phelan whispered, his gaze soft and encouraging. As the pool's surface stilled, a gentle glow began to emanate from its depths, illuminating the clearing with a soft, ethereal light. Lila watched in awe as the light coalesced into a form, a lantern, delicate and ornate, its glass panels etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance with the light of 1,000 stars. "The lantern of light," Phelan said, his voice a reverent hush. "It has chosen you, Lila." With trembling hands, Lila reached into the pool, her fingers grazing the lantern's cool surface. As she lifted it from the water, a sense of peace and clarity washed over her, as if the light within had found a home in her heart. "Thank you," Lila whispered, her voice filled with gratitude and wonder. Phelan nodded, his eyes shining with pride. "The forest will always be here for those who wish to seek its truths. Remember, Lila, the light is not just a guide, but a part of you. Let it shine brightly." As the first light of dawn began to kiss the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold, Lila made her way back through the forest, the lantern of light illuminating her path. Phelan walked beside her, their journey now filled with the warmth of friendship and the promise of new beginnings. When they reached the edge of the Whispering Woods, Lila turned to Phelan, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Will I see you again?" she asked, her voice tinged with hope. "Whenever you seek the magic of the forest, I will be here," Phelan replied, his form beginning to shimmer like the morning mist. "Remember, Lila, the light is always within you." With a final, soft smile, Phelan faded into the forest, leaving Lila standing at the threshold of her village, the lantern of light casting a gentle glow that seemed to join with the rising sun. As Lila made her way home, her heart felt lighter, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge and friendships she had gained. The village, still wrapped in the quiet embrace of dawn, lay before her like a canvas, ready to be painted with the colors of her adventures to come. And so, with the lantern of light in her hand and the warmth of Phelan's friendship in her heart, Lila stepped into the new day, her path illuminated by the light she had found both within and without. Thus ended Lila's first journey to the Whispering Woods, but it was only the beginning of many more tales yet to be told. For in the heart of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the lanterns of light shone brightly, there would always be new adventures, new friends, and new truths to discover. And as Lila knew, as long as she walked with an open heart, the light would guide her through every shadow and every dawn. In the gentle glow of the morning sun, Lila felt a profound sense of peace, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be, with the light of the lantern showing her the way. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled amidst the whispering woods and the playful streams of the quaint village of Luminara, there existed a hidden world known only to a few. This secret realm, tucked beneath the roots of the grandest oak in the land, was home to creatures of both wonder and wisdom. It was a place where fireflies danced in the air like floating lanterns, and the grass felt like silk underfoot. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and a gentle hum of magic vibrated through every leaf and stone. In this enchanted place lived a young girl named Mirren. With hair as golden as the morning sun and eyes like the deepest forest pools, Mirren possessed a curiosity that knew no bounds. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known throughout Luminara for her knowledge of the old ways and her uncanny ability to heal with both herbs and heart. Their cottage, cozy and warm, sat at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom all year round. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Mirren sat beside her grandmother, their hands entwined as they watched the first stars twinkle into existence. Her grandmother's voice, soft and soothing like the lull of the nearby stream, began to weave a tale of the hidden world beneath the oak. Mirren listened with rapt attention, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the stories her grandmother told. Within the roots of the great oak, her grandmother explained, lies a realm untouched by time. It is a world where creatures of light and shadow coexist in harmony, where the very air is alive with magic and possibility. As her grandmother spoke, Mirren felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She had always sensed there was more to the world than met the eye, something just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered. That night, as she lay in her soft quilted bed, the fire crackling gently in the hearth, Mirren made up her mind. She would find this hidden world and uncover its mysteries. The next morning, the sun rose with a promise of adventure. Mirren packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet elderflower tea. She dressed in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the leaves of the forest, and set out towards the great oak, her heart beating with anticipation. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the trees whispering secrets as she passed beneath their boughs. Mirren followed the winding path, her footsteps soft on the mossy ground. The deeper she ventured, the more the world around her seemed to shimmer with magic. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dancing patterns upon the forest floor, while birds sang melodies that echoed through the trees. Finally, she arrived at the great oak, its mighty trunk rising like a sentinel against the sky. The air around it felt different, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Mirren circled the tree, searching for a sign, a hint of the entrance to the hidden realm her grandmother had spoken of. Her fingers brushed against the rough bark until they found a smooth, cool surface. It was a small, intricately carved door, almost invisible against the massive tree. With a deep breath, Mirren placed her hand upon it, and to her surprise, it swung open silently to reveal a staircase spiraling down into the earth. Mirren hesitated only for a moment before stepping inside, the door closing behind her with a soft click. The staircase was lit by glowing orbs that hovered in the air, guiding her descent into the depths of the great oak. With each step, Mirren felt the magic of this place seep into her very bones, a comforting presence that whispered of secrets, long kept. At the bottom of the stairs, she emerged into a cavern of breathtaking beauty. The ceiling arched high above, twinkling with what seemed like 1,000 stars, though they were merely reflections of the luminescent crystals embedded in the rock. A gentle stream wound its way through the chamber, its waters sparkling like liquid silver, while the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant laughter of unseen creatures. Mirren took a cautious step forward, her heart swelling with wonder. She felt as though she had stepped into a dream, a place where the impossible became reality. As she wandered through the cavern, she soon encountered its inhabitants, creatures unlike any she had ever imagined. There were tiny, winged beings with eyes that glowed with mischief and wisdom, and gentle giants with fur as soft as down, and eyes that held the mysteries of the ages. Among these creatures, Mirren met Ember, a small fox-like creature with a coat of fiery red and eyes that shone like golden embers. Ember approached Mirren with a curious tilt of the head, sniffing the air around her before giving a nod of approval. With a flick of his bushy tail, he beckoned her to follow, leading her deeper into the heart of the hidden realm. As they walked, Ember showed Mirren the wonders of his world, the fields of flowers that sang in the moonlight, the trees whose leaves whispered stories of times long past, and the clear pools where the stars seemed to bathe each night. Mirren listened with wide-eyed awe, her heart full of a joy she had never known. Days passed in a blissful blur, each moment filled with new discoveries and friendships. Mirren found herself growing close to Ember and his friends, their bond strengthening with each shared adventure. Yet in her heart, she knew she could not stay forever. The world above still called to her, and she missed her grandmother dearly. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in shades of purple and gold, Mirren sat with Ember by the edge of the stream. The gentle babble of the water filled the silence between them, a companionable sound that spoke of comfort and home. "I must return," Mirren said softly, her voice tinged with both sadness and resolve. "But I will never forget this place, or the friends I have made." Ember nuzzled her hand with a soft whine, his golden eyes reflecting her own bittersweet emotions. He understood, for though the hidden realm was his home, he knew that Mirren belonged to a different world, one that needed her light and laughter just as much as they did. Before she left, Ember gifted Mirren a small, heart-shaped stone. It was warm to the touch, pulsing with a gentle magic that mirrored the beating of her own heart. "This will remind you of us," Ember explained, his voice a soft whisper in the evening air. "And when you need us, hold it close, and we will be with you." With tears in her eyes and a heart full of gratitude, Mirren embraced Ember, promising to return one day. She retraced her steps to the stairway, the path now familiar and welcoming. The door in the great oak opened for her once more, and she stepped out into the world she had left behind. The forest greeted her with a chorus of birdsong, the air fresh and crisp with the scent of pine. The journey back to her village was filled with a newfound appreciation for the beauty around her, every leaf and flower a testament to the magic she had witnessed. When Mirren returned home, her grandmother was waiting, her arms open wide and her eyes filled with love and questions. As they sat together by the fire, Mirren shared her tale, her words painting vivid pictures of the hidden realm and the friends she had made. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her heart swelling with pride for her brave, adventurous granddaughter. In the days that followed, Mirren found herself changed in ways she had not expected. She saw the world with new eyes, her heart opened to the magic that existed in every moment, every creature, and every corner of her village. She became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the wisdom and kindness she had learned with those around her. And though she often longed to return to the hidden realm beneath the great oak, she knew that the magic of that place lived on in her heart, a constant reminder of the adventures yet to come, and the friendships that would last a lifetime. As the years passed, Mirren grew into a woman of great wisdom and kindness, her life a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of discovery. The heart-shaped stone remained her most treasured possession, a symbol of the bond she shared with Ember and the hidden world she had once called home. And so in the village of Luminara, the tales of the hidden realm beneath the great oak continued to be told, passed down through generations, a reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those with hearts full of curiosity and courage. In the end, Mirren's journey had not only changed her, but had also touched the lives of those around her, leaving a legacy of love, magic, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. And each night, as she lay in her bed, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, Mirren would close her eyes and dream of the hidden realm, the echoes of laughter and the glow of golden eyes guiding her into a peaceful slumber. Story 22. Title: The Whispering Grove. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a serene, glittering lake, there was a tale often told by the elders by the warm glow of the hearth. It spoke of a hidden world within the ancient Whispering Grove, where the trees were said to share secrets with those who listened closely. The grove lay at the edge of the village, shrouded in mystery and bathed in a soft, perpetual twilight that danced with the gentle sighs of the wind. The villagers revered the grove, treating it with the respect due to something both beautiful and sacred. Many believed that it was protected by a spirit, a guardian who watched over the trees and the creatures that lived within. It was a place where dreams seemed to linger, and the air was always filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers, even in the depth of winter. Our story begins with a young girl named Leora. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Leora had golden hair that caught the light like a field of wheat swaying in a gentle breeze, and eyes as blue as the lake on a clear morning. She lived with her grandmother, Mira, in a cozy stone cottage at the edge of the village. Mira was the village healer, known for her wisdom and gentle touch, and she often shared tales of the grove with Leora, who listened with rapt attention. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves had turned to shades of amber and scarlet, Leora found herself drawn to the edge of the grove. She had always felt a peculiar pull towards the trees, as if they whispered her name. Her grandmother's stories fluttered in her mind like the pages of a well-loved book. Today, the grove seemed to beckon her with a promise of secrets untold. With a deep breath, Leora stepped into the grove. The world outside seemed to fade away, replaced by a symphony of rustling leaves and the sweet fragrance of earth and moss. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. As she walked, Leora felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. After wandering for some time, Leora came upon a clearing where sunlight spilled like liquid gold. In the center stood a majestic tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. Its branches stretched towards the sky, cradling a small, iridescent object nestled within the crook of a branch. It was a shimmering crystal, unlike anything Leora had ever seen. It glowed with a gentle, pulsating light, as if holding the very essence of the grove itself. Intrigued, Leora reached up and gently took the crystal into her hands. It was warm to the touch, sending a pleasant tingle up her arms. As she cradled it, a soft voice echoed in her mind, gentle and wise. It was the voice of the grove, speaking to her heart directly. "Child of the village," it began, "you have found the heart of the grove. It is a gift and a responsibility. With it, you can hear the whispers of the trees, understand the language of the creatures, and protect the balance of this world." Leora's heart swelled with wonder and a sense of duty. She promised the grove she would cherish the crystal and use it wisely. With this newfound connection, she began to hear the trees share their stories, each one a tapestry of wisdom and history. She learned of the delicate balance that sustained the grove and the harmony that bound all living things together. As days turned into weeks, Leora spent more time within the grove, guided by the crystal's gentle light. She befriended the creatures of the forest, from the smallest beetle to the proud deer, and listened to their tales of joy and struggle. Each story enriched her understanding and deepened her compassion. One chilly winter's day, as snowflakes danced in the air, Leora came across an unexpected visitor to the grove. It was a young fox, its fur a brilliant russet against the white snow. The fox was limping, one of its paws caught in a cruel trap set by a hunter from a neighboring village. Leora's heart ached at the sight, and she approached the fox slowly, whispering soothing words she had learned from the trees. The fox, sensing her gentle spirit, allowed Leora to draw near. With careful hands, she freed the fox from the trap, all the while humming a melody that seemed to flow from the grove itself. As she worked, the crystal around her neck glowed warmly, and the fox's eyes, deep and wise, seemed to thank her with an understanding beyond words. Once free, the fox lingered a moment, nuzzling Leora's hand in gratitude before disappearing into the forest. Leora watched it go, her heart full of warmth and joy, knowing she had made a friend for life. As winter turned to spring, the village began to hear of Leora's deeds within the grove. The tales spread like wildfire, and soon the villagers came to her seeking guidance and healing. With the wisdom of the grove and her grandmother's teachings, Leora helped all who came, fostering a deeper connection between the village and the grove. But not all was well beyond the village. A shadow loomed from the north, where a neighboring land was suffering under the grip of a harsh drought. The rivers had dried up, and the fields lay barren, unable to sustain life. Desperate, a band of travelers from the north arrived in the village, seeking aid. Leora, moved by their plight and guided by the grove, invited the travelers to share their story. They spoke of their once lush homeland, now a desolate wasteland, and the sorrow that filled their hearts. Leora listened, her heart heavy, and made a decision that would change her forever. With the crystal's light guiding her, Leora ventured north, determined to help. She journeyed through unfamiliar lands, her path lit by the knowledge of the trees and the courage of her newfound friendships. Along the way, she encountered challenges that tested her resolve, but she pressed on, driven by the promise she had made to the grove. After many days, Leora reached the parched lands of the north. The earth was cracked, and the air was heavy with despair. But Leora did not falter. She found a secluded spot and called upon the grove's magic, channeling the crystal's power into the ground beneath her feet. The earth trembled, and a gentle rain began to fall, softening the hardened soil. The land drank deeply of the life-giving water, and soon, the first green shoots began to appear, breaking through the crust of despair. The villagers watched in awe as life returned to their land, their hearts filled with hope. With the drought broken, Leora returned to her village, her spirit weary but her heart full. She was greeted with open arms and tears of gratitude. The grove had taught her that true strength lay not in power, but in compassion and the willingness to help others. As she stood at the edge of the grove, the trees whispered their thanks, and the creatures gathered around her in a joyful chorus. Leora had become a guardian in her own right, a protector of the balance that sustained all life. Years passed, and Leora grew into a wise and beloved leader, her bond with the grove unbroken. The village thrived, and the grove remained a place of wonder and peace, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished it. And so, the tale of Leora and the Whispering Grove was told for generations, a story of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of kindness. The grove continued to whisper its secrets, and those who listened were forever changed, their hearts touched by the magic of a world that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. In the end, it was a story not just of one girl's journey, but of a community united by the simple, profound truth that we are all connected, each of us a part of the greater whole. And as long as there were those who listened to the whispers of the grove, the world would never be without hope. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a hidden realm known only to the creatures who called it home. This forest, with its emerald leaves that shimmered like jewels in the dappled sunlight, was a place where the boundaries between the real and the magical gently swayed like the branches in a summer breeze. Among the denizens of this enchanted woodland was a gentle, wise old owl named Eldrin. His feathers were a soft tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with the soft glow of moonlit pools. Eldrin had lived through countless seasons and had watched the forest ebb and flow with the rhythms of the earth, guiding its inhabitants with the wisdom he had gathered. Eldrin's closest friend was a sprightly young squirrel named Thistle, whose fur was as russet as the autumn leaves. Thistle was ever curious, bounding through the underbrush with an energy that seemed to catch the sunlight itself. Together they roamed the forest, Eldrin sharing stories of old, while Thistle brought news of the forest floor and the critters that scurried there. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was awash with hues of gold and amber, Eldrin and Thistle perched themselves on a broad, ancient branch. Eldrin, with a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, spoke of a time when the balance of the forest had been disturbed. It was a tale passed down through generations, as old as the forest itself. Long ago, Eldrin began, there was a time when the seasons lost their way. Winter overstayed its welcome, and spring hesitated at the edge of the world. The flowers, which should have burst forth with color, lay dormant under a stubbornly lingering snow. Thistle listened with wide eyes, his tiny heart beating in rhythm with the stories. "What happened then, Eldrin?" he asked, his voice a whisper of excitement and concern. Eldrin nodded, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless moons. The creatures of the forest gathered, each bringing their own gifts and knowledge. The bees, with their honey, shared the sweetness of summer. The deer, with their gentle eyes, spoke of patience and endurance. And the foxes, with their clever minds, devised a plan to restore the balance. "And you, Eldrin, what did you do?" Thistle asked, his tail twitching with anticipation. "I sang the song of the seasons," Eldrin replied, his voice carrying the melody of ages past. A song that reminded the world of its cyclical dance, of birth and bloom, of rest and renewal. It is a song that we all carry within us, a song that speaks to the heart of the forest and beyond. As Eldrin's words hung in the air, the forest around them seemed to listen, the leaves shivering with a gentle understanding. It was through harmony and shared wisdom that the forest found its balance once more, Eldrin concluded softly. Thistle, feeling the warmth of Eldrin's tail, gazed out at the forest, where the leaves fluttered like whispers in the breeze. "We are all part of the song, aren't we?" he mused, his voice filled with the innocence of newfound understanding. "Indeed we are," Eldrin replied, a smile weaving through his words. "Every creature, every leaf, every breath of wind, we all have a part to play." As the day turned to dusk, casting a golden glow over the forest, Eldrin and Thistle nestled together, the comforting sounds of the forest lulling them into a peaceful slumber. The gentle hoot of an owl echoed through the trees, a reminder that wisdom and friendship, like the forest itself, were timeless and enduring. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the forest continued its ancient song, a melody of life and balance, whispered from one generation to the next, in the heart of a realm where magic and reality danced hand in hand. Story 24. The Whispering Woods. Once, nestled between rolling hills and serene valleys, lay the quaint village of Bramblewood. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of cottages, their thatched roofs peeking through a tapestry of wildflowers. The air carried the scent of honeysuckle and fresh earth, and a gentle stream meandered through the heart of the village, its waters sparkling under the dappled sunlight. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his boundless curiosity and his penchant for adventure. His days were often spent exploring the lush, emerald woods that bordered Bramblewood, where he imagined grand quests and discovered the wonders of nature. But of all the treasures he had found, none intrigued him more than the stories of the Whispering Woods, a mysterious part of the forest said to be enchanted. The Whispering Woods were cloaked in legend. Villagers spoke of ancient trees that could speak, their voices a gentle murmur carried by the wind. It was said that within this hidden realm lay secrets and magic, but only those with a pure heart and a brave spirit could hear the whispers. One golden afternoon, with the sun casting warm amber rays across the land, Finn set out towards the forest with his faithful companion, a scruffy dog named Max. The path to the Whispering Woods was seldom traveled, overgrown with ferns and shaded by towering oaks. As they walked, the familiar sounds of the forest enveloped them, the rustling leaves, the cheerful call of birds, and the soft crunch of twigs underfoot. Finn paused at the edge of a clearing, where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like fingers locked in an eternal embrace. Here, the air felt different, thicker, as if the very woods were holding their breath. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a faint melody, like a lullaby woven from the whispers of the trees. "Do you hear that, Max?" Finn asked, his voice hushed with wonder. Max wagged his tail, his eyes bright with understanding. Encouraged, Finn stepped forward, his heart dancing with excitement and a hint of apprehension. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the light softened, filtering through a canopy of leaves that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. The whispers grew clearer, words forming from the rustle of leaves and the sigh of the wind. "Welcome, young seeker," the trees seemed to say. "You have come to listen." Finn stopped, his breath catching in his throat. The forest was speaking to him, just as the tales had promised. He closed his eyes, letting the whispers envelop him like a warm embrace. "Do not fear," the voices continued, gentle and reassuring. "You are welcome here, and we have much to share." As Finn and Max wandered through the enchanted woods, they discovered a world hidden within the familiar. Flowers he had never seen before bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals shimmering like jewels. Birds with plumage as brilliant as rainbows flitted through the branches, their songs weaving a symphony that echoed through the trees. In the heart of the Whispering Woods stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and wise. Beneath its boughs lay a small, moss-covered stone, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. Finn knelt beside it, tracing the designs with his fingers. "This is the Heartstone," the whispers explained, their cadence soothing and melodic. "It holds the magic of the forest, a gift for those who seek with an open heart." Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging and connection to the world around him. The Heartstone was a treasure beyond any he could have imagined, a symbol of the friendship and wisdom he had found in the woods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn knew it was time to return to Bramblewood. He stood and thanked the Whispering Woods for their kindness, promising to return and listen again. With Max at his side, Finn made his way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The whispers followed him, a gentle reminder that magic and wonder were always within reach, waiting to be discovered. When Finn emerged from the woods, the village lay before him, bathed in the silver light of the rising moon. He felt a change within himself, a newfound understanding of the world and his place in it. The journey had transformed him, not with grand adventures or perilous quests, but through the simple, profound gift of listening and learning. As he walked the cobblestone path back to his cottage, the whispers of the woods lingered in his mind, a melody that would guide him through the days to come. And so, with the gentle comfort of Max's presence and the promise of new adventures, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wonders that awaited him in the Whispering Woods. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald forest, there lived a gentle soul named Lydia. Lydia was known throughout the village for her kind heart and quiet demeanor, but she often struggled with the winds of change that seemed to blow through her life more frequently than she would like. The village was a place where time moved slowly, where the seasons painted the landscape in hues of gold, russet, and tender green. Lydia loved the predictability of the seasons, the way spring gently blossomed into summer before cooling into autumn. But now, change had come to her life in the form of a new job in the bustling town beyond the hills, and Lydia found herself racked with worry and doubt. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Lydia wandered into the forest. She needed solace, a place to think, and the forest had always been her refuge. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered comforting secrets as she walked. As Lydia ventured deeper into the woods, she came upon an ancient oak tree, its massive trunk gnarled with age. It was said that this tree was enchanted, a portal to the magic that lay hidden within the forest. Lydia had heard the stories as a child, tales of the tree's power to reveal one's true self. Feeling a strange pull, Lydia placed her hand on the rough bark. She closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh, allowing her fears and worries to slip away into the cool dusk. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a glade bathed in soft silver light. The air shimmered with magic, and the gentle hum of a distant melody filled the air. In the center of the glade stood a wise old owl named Oberon, his feathers a tapestry of soft browns and whites. His eyes glimmered like twin moons, filled with kindness and ancient knowledge. "Welcome, Lydia," Oberon hooted softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You seek strength to embrace change, do you not?" Lydia nodded, her heart a fluttering bird within her chest. "Yes, wise Oberon, I fear the unknown and it holds me back." The owl regarded her with a gentle gaze. "Change can be daunting, yet it is through transformation that we grow. The forest has many lessons to teach, if you are willing to learn." Intrigued and comforted by the owl's presence, Lydia agreed to embark on a journey of discovery. Oberon spread his great wings and led her deeper into the magical wood, to a place where the trees whispered stories of old. As they walked, Lydia met several woodland creatures, each offering her a piece of wisdom wrapped in their own unique stories. There was Thistle, the mischievous squirrel, who taught her the importance of adaptability and seeing challenges as opportunities. "Life is like the changing seasons," Thistle chirped, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Every twist and turn is a chance to learn and grow." Next, Lydia encountered Willow, a gentle deer whose grace and serenity exemplified the beauty of patience. "Sometimes the greatest changes happen slowly," Willow murmured, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Do not rush the journey, for there is beauty in every step." With each encounter, Lydia's heart lightened, and her fear of change began to transform. The magic of the forest was seeping into her soul, weaving a tapestry of courage and hope. Finally, Oberon led Lydia to a shimmering pond, its surface a mirror of the starry sky above. "Look into the water," Oberon instructed, "and see the true reflection of your heart." Lydia gazed into the pond and saw herself, not as the timid girl she had believed herself to be, but as a strong and capable woman, her spirit shining with newfound confidence. The sight filled her with warmth, as if the very stars had nestled into her soul. The journey had shown her that change was not something to fear, but a path to personal growth and discovery. The magical transformation she had experienced in the forest mirrored the inner growth she now embraced. With gratitude, Lydia thanked Oberon and her newfound friends, promising to carry their lessons with her as she ventured into the unknown. The forest had given her not only the courage to face change, but also the wisdom to see it as a friend. As she made her way back to the village, the forest around her hummed with a gentle, reassuring energy. Lydia felt at peace, knowing that she was surrounded by a world filled with magic and possibilities. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit ignited by the beauty of personal discovery, Lydia stepped into her new life, ready to embrace whatever the future held. The stars twinkled above, a reminder that she was never truly alone, and the forest whispered its eternal promise of transformation and growth. The village slept peacefully that night, cradled in the arms of the gentle woods. The change that Lydia had once feared now seemed like an old friend, guiding her towards a brighter horizon. And in the forest, the ancient oak stood watch, as it had for centuries, a silent guardian of the magic within. And so the story of Lydia and the enchanted forest became a cherished tale, whispered by firesides and under starlit skies, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the power to embrace change and discover the beauty of our own transformation. Story 26. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air always carried the sweet scent of blooming lavender and the gentle hum of bees, there was a little cobblestone cottage. It was home to a young girl named Marin, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions yet to be asked. Marin lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her stories that danced on the edge of reality and dreams. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of soft peach and lavender, Marin stumbled upon something curious while exploring her grandmother's attic. Among the dust-laden trunks and forgotten memories, she found an unassuming, small wooden box. It was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to move like gentle waves under her touch. Inside, nestled in a bed of crimson velvet, was a simple silver key, glimmering faintly as if it held a secret of its own. That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow through her window, Marin lay in bed, the key clasped tightly in her hand. Her grandmother, sitting by the fireplace, noticed the thoughtful look on Marin's face and asked her what troubled her. Marin described the key, her voice a mix of wonder and confusion. Her grandmother, eyes twinkling with a knowing warmth, told her of a tale about the Key of Whispers, a magical item said to unlock doors of understanding, seen and unseen. Intrigued and eager for an adventure, Marin decided to discover what the key might unlock. Her grandmother encouraged her, weaving a story of courage and kindness that lulled Marin into a deep, dream-filled sleep. The next day, with the key safely tucked in her pocket, Marin set off towards the woods. The path, lined with ancient oaks that rustled softly in the breeze, seemed to beckon her forward. As she ventured deeper, she met a peculiar squirrel named Quibble. Quibble had fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that shone with mischievous intelligence. He chattered away, offering to guide Marin through the woods in exchange for a promise that she would listen to his story later. Together they journeyed, the woods revealing hidden trails and secret clearings, until they reached a glistening pond. Here they encountered a wise old turtle named Thistle, who spoke slowly in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Thistle explained that the pond was enchanted, reflecting not just images but the true essence of those who gazed into its waters. Marin, with Quibble chattering encouragement, peered into the pond. To her surprise, the water showed her not just her reflection, but a vision of herself surrounded by friends, spreading kindness and understanding. It was a glimpse into what could be, should she choose the path of wisdom and empathy. But how does the key fit into all this? Marin wondered aloud. Thistle, shifting his ancient shell, revealed that the key was meant to unlock a door within her own heart, a door that opened to compassion and insight. The true magic, he explained, was not in the key itself, but in the courage to embrace the journey of self-discovery. With newfound understanding, Marin thanked Thistle and promised Quibble she would return the favor by listening to his story. As they made their way back through the woods, Quibble shared tales of his own adventures, each filled with laughter and lessons learned. By the time Marin returned to the cottage, the sun was setting once more, bathing the village in a warm golden light. Her grandmother awaited her with a steaming cup of chamomile tea and a knowing smile. Marin recounted her adventure, the key now a symbol of her inner journey rather than a tangible object of wonder. That night, as Marin lay in bed, she realized the true magic lay not in the key, but in the friendships forged and the understanding gained. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, the comforting crackle of the fireplace blending with the soft hoot of an owl outside. From that day on, Marin carried the key of whispers not in her pocket, but in her heart, ready to unlock the doors of kindness wherever she went. And each night, with her grandmother by her side, she shared the stories of her day, each one a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. In this way, the village continued to thrive, its people bound together by the gentle magic of understanding, and the world became just a little bit brighter, one whisper at a time. Story 27. In a quaint village nestled amongst rolling hills and fragrant meadows, where the golden hues of the setting sun cast long shadows over cobblestone streets, lived a young girl named Leora. She was of an age where curiosity peeked around every corner, and her heart was as open and warm as the summer's breeze that fluttered through the village square. Her days were often spent exploring the lush greenery that surrounded her home, where ancient oaks whispered secrets and streams sang gentle lullabies. Yet it was under the shade of the oldest oak in the grove that Leora's grand adventure would begin. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in vibrant shades of pink and orange, Leora found herself drawn to the grove by an inexplicable force. The air was thick with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the earth beneath her bare feet felt cool and inviting. She wandered deeper into the woods than ever before, her heart beating with the rhythm of excitement and anticipation. As she approached the ancient oak, she noticed something peculiar, a faint glimmering at its base, partially obscured by a tangle of roots and leaves. Curiosity piqued, Leora knelt down and gently brushed the foliage aside. There, nestled within the roots, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface bore patterns of swirling vines and dancing stars, and it seemed to hum with a gentle, mysterious energy. With trembling hands, Leora carefully lifted the box from its resting place. The lid opened with a soft creak, revealing a single, shimmering feather resting atop a bed of velvet. It was no ordinary feather. It radiated a soft, golden light that bathed Leora's face in warmth. As she held it, a sense of calm and wonder washed over her, as if the feather held within it all the mysteries of the world. Intrigued by her discovery, Leora resolved to learn more about the feather's origins. She sought the counsel of Mira, the village elder, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient oak itself. Mira lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that overflowed with vibrant herbs and flowers. The door to Mira's cottage stood ajar, and the inviting aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. Leora stepped inside, where the walls were lined with shelves brimming with books and jars of colorful concoctions. Mira, a woman with kind eyes and silver hair that cascaded like a waterfall, greeted Leora with a warm smile. "Ah, Leora," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Leora carefully held out the feather, its golden glow illuminating the room. Mira's eyes widened in recognition, and she gestured for Leora to sit by the hearth where a fire crackled merrily. "This," Mira began, her voice tinged with awe, "is no ordinary feather. It is a relic from the mythical phoenix, a creature of legend said to possess the power of rebirth and renewal. The feather is imbued with magic, capable of granting its holder a single wish, a gift of transformation." Leora's heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. A wish! The possibilities were endless, yet she felt the weight of the decision pressing upon her. She pondered the implications, considering how best to use such a precious gift. Mira watched her with a knowing smile. Remember, dear Leora, that the truest magic lies not in what we wish for ourselves, but in how we can use our gifts to touch the lives of others. With those words echoing in her mind, Leora thanked Mira and returned home, the feather tucked safely in her satchel. That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the village, Leora lay in bed, contemplating how she might use the feather's magic to bring joy and change to those around her. The following morning, Leora awoke with a sense of clarity and purpose. She decided to venture beyond the village, to explore the world beyond the hills and valleys she had known all her life. She hoped that along her journey, she might discover how best to use the feather's gift. With a heart full of hope and a satchel packed with essentials, Leora set out on her journey. The path ahead was shrouded in morning mist, and the air was crisp with the promise of adventure. As she walked, the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the landscape in shades of gold and green. Leora's journey led her through dense forests where the canopy overhead filtered the sunlight into a dappled dance upon the forest floor. She marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life that surrounded her, the rustling leaves, the chorus of birdsong, and the occasional rustle of a curious creature hidden in the underbrush. It was in one such forest that Leora encountered Dax, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. He appeared suddenly, bounding out from behind a cluster of ferns, and skidded to a halt before her. "Well, well," Dax said with a sly grin. "What brings a human so deep into the woods? Aren't you afraid of getting lost?" Leora laughed, charmed by the fox's playful demeanor. "I'm on a journey, seeking to learn more about myself and the world, and perhaps," she added, holding up the feather, "to discover how I might use this." Dax's eyes widened in recognition. "A phoenix feather. Those are rare indeed. Perhaps I could accompany you on your journey in exchange for a tale or two? I've always been fond of stories." And so, Leora and Dax became fast friends, traveling companions bound by curiosity and the thrill of adventure. As they journeyed together, they shared stories of their lives, their dreams, and the wonders of the world. Their path led them to a vast, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky so perfectly that it seemed as if they stood at the edge of the heavens. The air was filled with the scent of lilies, and a gentle breeze whispered through the reeds. It was here that they met Celine, a graceful swan with plumage as white as freshly fallen snow. She glided across the water with an elegance that took Leora's breath away. Celine's voice was soft and melodic, like the tinkling of crystal chimes. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them with a nod. "What brings you to my lake?" Leora explained her journey and the wish she held within the feather. Celine listened intently, her eyes thoughtful. "The lake holds many secrets," Celine said, "and reflections of the past and future. Perhaps it can help you find the answer you seek." Intrigued, Leora and Dax followed Celine's lead, peering into the crystalline waters. As they gazed upon the surface, images began to take shape, visions of the village, the people Leora loved, and the challenges they faced. She saw the farmer struggling to yield crops from the dry, stubborn soil, the blacksmith whose forge was silent for lack of materials, and the children, their laughter tinged with the weight of unspoken worries. Leora's heart ached at the sight. She realized that while she had set out to find her place in the world, her true purpose lay in helping her village thrive. She turned to Celine and Dax, her resolve clear. "I know what I must do," she said, her voice steady with determination. "I will use the feather's wish to help my village, to bring prosperity and happiness to those I hold dear." With the decision made, Leora held the feather aloft, its golden light casting a warm glow over the lake. She closed her eyes, focusing her thoughts and intentions, and made her wish. The air shimmered with magic, and the feather dissolved into a cascade of golden sparks that danced upon the breeze. Leora felt a surge of warmth and joy, as if the very essence of life flowed through her. As the magic settled, the landscape around them transformed. The air was filled with the rich, earthy scent of fertile soil, and the trees blossomed with fruit. The lake sparkled with vitality, and a gentle rain began to fall, a rain that promised renewal and abundance. Leora and her companions returned to the village, where they were greeted with wonder and gratitude. The villagers marveled at the sudden transformation, their hearts lifted by the promise of a bountiful future. The farmers' fields flourished with crops, the blacksmith's forge roared to life with new materials, and the children's laughter echoed through the streets, bright and unburdened. In the days that followed, Leora became a beacon of hope and inspiration, her story a testament to the power of kindness and unity. She had learned that true magic lay not in the feather, but in the connections she forged and the love she shared. And so, as the sun set over the village, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Leora sat beneath the ancient oak, her heart full of gratitude and peace. She knew that the journey had changed her, had opened her eyes to the beauty and wonder of the world, and to the boundless possibilities that lay ahead. With Dax and Celine by her side, Leora smiled, content in the knowledge that she had found her place, and that her story would continue to unfold, one chapter at a time, in the hearts of those she held dear. And so, dear reader, as you drift into slumber, let the warmth of Leora's tale wrap around you like a comforting embrace, and may your dreams be filled with adventure, friendship, and the gentle magic of kindness. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. Though her life was simple, Luna's heart was filled with an insatiable curiosity about the wonders that lay hidden within the verdant embrace of the trees. One crisp autumn morning, as Luna wandered the woodland trails, she stumbled upon an old, gnarled oak tree. Its twisted branches seemed to beckon her closer, and as she approached, she noticed a peculiar glimmer emanating from a knothole in the trunk. Peering inside, Luna gasped in amazement. There, nestled within the tree's hollow interior, lay a small, intricately crafted sphere of pure crystal. Reaching in with trembling fingers, Luna grasped the sphere and pulled it into the warm sunlight. As she cradled the enchanting object in her palms, it began to glow with a soft, ethereal radiance, casting kaleidoscopic patterns of light across her face. In that moment, a tingling sensation coursed through her body, and she knew that this was no ordinary crystal. It was imbued with a powerful, ancient magic. As the days passed, Luna discovered that the crystal possessed the extraordinary ability to reveal hidden realms within the natural world. By gazing into its depths and focusing her thoughts, she could glimpse wondrous landscapes teeming with fantastical creatures and whimsical beings. Emboldened by her newfound power, Luna embarked on a series of extraordinary adventures, each more captivating than the last. She befriended a trio of mischievous fairies who dwelled within a hollow tree, aiding them in their quest to protect the forest from a greedy lumber baron. She ventured into the heart of a crystalline cavern, where she encountered a wise old hermit crab who imparted ancient secrets of the sea. And she even discovered a hidden valley inhabited by a gentle race of centaurs, who taught her the ways of the wild and the importance of living in harmony with nature. Through these incredible experiences, Luna learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the interconnectedness of all living things. She grew from a shy, uncertain girl into a confident, wise young woman, her eyes open to the magic that permeated the world around her. Yet, as wondrous as these adventures were, Luna's greatest challenge was still to come. One day, as she gazed into the crystal, she witnessed a vision of a dark, malevolent force threatening to consume the very fabric of reality. A shadowy entity, born of humanity's greed and disregard for the natural world, was spreading its corruption throughout the hidden realms, tainting the magic that sustained them. Alarmed by this dire revelation, Luna knew she had to take action. She sought out allies from the various realms she had visited, forging an unlikely band of companions, a fearless fairy warrior, a gruff but kind-hearted hermit crab, and a noble centaur chieftain. Together, they embarked on a perilous journey to the heart of the darkness, braving treacherous landscapes and overcoming seemingly insurmountable obstacles. As they delved deeper into the shadowy realm, they uncovered the truth behind the corruption. A powerful sorcerer, consumed by his thirst for power, had discovered a way to harness the very essence of the natural world's magic for his own nefarious purposes. His greed knew no bounds, and he would stop at nothing to achieve absolute dominion over all realms, both seen and unseen. In a climactic confrontation, Luna and her companions faced the sorcerer in a clash of wills and magic. With the crystal sphere as her guide, Luna tapped into the untamed power of nature itself, channeling the very essence of life and growth to counter the sorcerer's dark sorcery. In a blinding flash of light and a thunderous roar, the forces of good and evil collided, shaking the foundations of reality itself. Luna's unwavering belief in the sanctity of nature and the bonds of friendship ultimately triumphed, shattering the sorcerer's hold on the realms and restoring balance to the natural order. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, Luna stood victorious, the crystal sphere pulsing with renewed vigor in her hands. She had faced her greatest fears and emerged stronger than ever before, a beacon of hope and a testament to the power of courage, friendship, and harmony with the natural world. From that day forward, Luna became a guardian of the hidden realms, using the crystal's magic to protect the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. She fostered friendships across all realms, bridging the gap between the mundane and the extraordinary, and sharing the wonders she had witnessed with all who would listen. And though her adventures were many and her challenges great, Luna never lost sight of the most important lesson she had learned: that true magic lies not in the possession of powerful artifacts or abilities, but in the connections we forge with one another and the respect we show for the world around us. For in the end, it was the bonds of friendship and the love for nature that had saved the day, and those would be the guiding lights that illuminated Luna's path forevermore. Story 29. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Heartfire. Once upon a time, in a village cradled by the arms of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Mariella. The village was nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, where the trees rustled with secrets known only to the wind and the creatures that called it home. The villagers often spoke of mysterious lights that flickered between the trees at twilight, and they whispered tales of a magical lantern hidden deep within the woods, a lantern of heartfire, said to glow with the warmth of 1,000 friendships. Mariella, with her curious heart and bright eyes, was a child of the forest in spirit. She spent her days exploring the fringes of the woods, her mind whirling with dreams and the stories her grandmother had spun about the lantern. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, had told her that the lantern could only be found by those who sought it with a pure heart and a genuine wish for friendship. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Mariella decided it was time to seek the lantern. She packed a small bundle with a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of warm apple cider. As she set off, the forest welcomed her with open arms, the path beneath her feet cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly with each step. The woods were a tapestry of color and sound. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that played with her imagination. Birds sang in sweet harmonies, and the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Mariella felt at home here, her worries hushed by the gentle embrace of nature. As she ventured deeper, the path grew narrow, winding like a ribbon through the trees. Mariella's heart quickened with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She recalled her grandmother's words, "The lantern will find you when your heart is ready." It was then she heard a soft, melodic humming, different from the songs of the birds. Drawn by this enchanting sound, Mariella followed it until she reached a small clearing where a brook babbled merrily over smooth stones. There, seated on a moss-covered log, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a small, fox-like being with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like stars. "Hello," Mariella greeted, her voice gentle and warm. The creature looked up, its eyes meeting hers with a spark of curiosity. "Hello," it replied in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Zephyr. What brings you to the heart of the Whispering Woods?" Mariella sat beside Zephyr, feeling an immediate kinship. "I am searching for the Lantern of Heartfire," she confessed. "I wish to find it and bring its light back to my village." Zephyr nodded, understanding lighting his eyes. "The journey to the lantern is one of friendship and trust. If you wish, I can accompany you." Grateful for the companionship, Mariella smiled. I would like that very much. Together, they continued deeper into the woods, the path growing ever more enchanted. The forest seemed to shift around them, each turn revealing new wonders. A grove of trees whose leaves shimmered like jewels, a meadow where wildflowers sang softly in the breeze, and a gentle rain of golden light that fell like a blessing upon them. As they walked, Mariella and Zephyr shared stories and laughter, their bond growing with each step. They spoke of dreams and hopes, and Mariella realized that true friendship was like the forest, vast and full of hidden wonders, only revealed to those who took the time to explore its depths. But the woods, while beautiful, were also home to challenges. At dusk, as the shadows lengthened and the air grew cooler, they came upon a river that roared with untamed energy. It was wide and swift, its waters swirling with a power that seemed insurmountable. Mariella hesitated, doubt creeping into her heart. How will we cross? She wondered aloud, staring at the churning waters. Zephyr, ever calm, placed a reassuring paw on her knee. Remember, the strength of friendship can overcome any obstacle. Trust in our bond. Taking a deep breath, Mariella nodded. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth of Zephyr's friendship, letting it fill her with courage. When she opened them again, a miraculous sight met her gaze. Across the river, a bridge of luminous light had appeared, arching gracefully over the turbulent waters. It shimmered like the stars above, an ethereal path beckoning them onward. Hand in paw, Mariella and Zephyr stepped onto the bridge. With each step, the light beneath them pulsed with a gentle rhythm, as if echoing the beating of their hearts. They crossed safely to the other side, where the forest welcomed them with a gentle breeze that whispered of new beginnings. They continued their journey, the night embracing them with a velvet cloak of serenity. The path led them to a grove of ancient oaks, their branches entwined to form a natural cathedral. In the center of the grove stood the lantern of Heartfire, its glow warm and inviting. Mariella approached reverently, her heart swelling with wonder. The lantern was more beautiful than she had imagined, its light a kaleidoscope of colors that danced with life. As she reached out to touch it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, enveloping her in a sense of peace and belonging. In that moment, Mariella understood the true magic of the lantern. It was not just a source of light, but a reminder of the power of friendship and the strength found in unity. She turned to Zephyr, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you for helping me find the way," she said, her voice filled with sincerity. Zephyr smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars. "We found it together, as friends do." As they sat by the lantern, sharing the food Mariella had brought, the forest seemed to hum with contentment. The night was alive with the gentle symphony of nature, and Mariella felt a deep sense of fulfillment. When dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mariella knew it was time to return to her village. With the lantern of Heartfire cradled carefully in her arms, she and Zephyr began the journey back, their path now familiar and filled with the echoes of laughter and shared stories. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers gathered to welcome them. Their eyes widened in awe as they beheld the lantern, its light casting a warm glow that enveloped the village in a comforting embrace. Mariella's heart swelled with joy as she saw the smiles on their faces, the light of the lantern bringing them together in a way that only true friendship could. She knew that the journey had changed her, deepening her understanding of the bonds that connect us all. From that day on, the lantern of Heartfire stood in the village square, a symbol of unity and the enduring magic of friendship. And though Mariella's adventure was over, the lessons she had learned continued to guide her, reminding her that the greatest treasures are found not in objects, but in the hearts of those we hold dear. As the sun set and the stars twinkled to life, Mariella sat by her grandmother's side, recounting her journey. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her heart warmed by the tales of friendship and discovery. And as the night deepened, the village, cradled by the whispering woods, slept peacefully, its dreams lit by the gentle glow of the lantern of Heartfire. Story 30. The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Light. Once upon a time, nestled in a valley between two gentle hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The air was sweet, with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the soft murmur of the meandering brook harmonized with the rustling leaves of the ancient willow trees that lined its banks. The villagers, known for their kindness and a touch of wisdom passed down through generations, always had a story to share, a helping hand to offer, and an open heart to welcome all. In this serene village lived a young girl named Clara. With hair as golden as the sun's first rays and eyes the color of the summer sky, Clara was known for her curiosity and a heart full of dreams. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and the whispering woods that bordered the village, accompanied by her faithful friend, a gentle fox named Finn. Finn, with his bushy tail and bright, intelligent eyes, was not just a pet, but a companion with whom Clara shared her secrets and adventures. One particularly bright morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny diamonds, Clara and Finn set off towards the Whispering Woods. These woods were said to be enchanted, filled with ancient magic and secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of a hidden world within, where the trees whispered stories of old, and the air shimmered with the unseen presence of mystical beings. Clara, with her insatiable curiosity, was drawn to these woods, eager to uncover their mysteries. As they ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The woods were alive with the chatter of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, a symphony that filled Clara with a sense of wonder. It was here, amidst the towering oaks and fragrant pines, that Clara first felt the pull of something extraordinary. "Do you hear that, Finn?" Clara whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle breeze. Finn perked up his ears, his eyes scanning the surroundings. It was then they noticed a faint, melodic hum, like the distant notes of a lullaby carried by the wind. Intrigued, Clara and Finn followed the sound, weaving through the trees, their footsteps soft upon the earth. The melody led them to a small clearing, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center stood an ancient maple tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, and nestled within its roots, Clara spotted something glinting in the dappled sunlight. As she approached, Clara realized it was a locket, delicate and intricately carved, with a warm golden hue that seemed to pulse with a gentle light of its own. With a sense of reverence, Clara picked up the locket. The moment her fingers closed around it, a wave of warmth spread through her, and the forest around her seemed to come alive with color and sound. The whispers of the trees grew louder, forming words that only Clara could understand. "Clara," the forest seemed to sing, "you have found the locket of light, a treasure of the Whispering Woods. It holds the power to reveal hidden truths and guide those who seek with a pure heart." Clara's eyes widened in awe as she listened. The locket felt warm and comforting in her hand, as if it were a living thing. She turned to Finn, who was watching her with curious eyes. "This is a gift, Finn," she said softly, "and I think it's meant to help us discover the secrets of these woods." And so began Clara and Finn's journey, a path that would lead them into the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where magic and reality intertwined like the vines that clung to the ancient trees. With each step, Clara felt the locket's gentle glow guiding her, revealing paths previously unseen and unveiling the wonders of the hidden world. As they ventured deeper, the woods transformed around them. The trees seemed to breathe, their leaves whispering secrets and stories of times long past. Clara felt a deep connection to this place, as if the locket had awakened something within her, a sense of belonging that resonated with the very soul of the forest. Their journey led them to a grove where the air shimmered with a soft, iridescent light, and the ground was carpeted with flowers of every hue, their petals glistening like jewels. In the center of the grove stood a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, yet humming with a vibrant energy. Clara knew instinctively that this was a place of significance, a place where the magic of the woods was at its strongest. As Clara and Finn stepped into the circle, the locket began to glow brighter, its light weaving patterns in the air like a dance of fireflies. The trees around them seemed to lean in closer, their whispers growing louder, and Clara felt a presence, a gentle, wise energy that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "Welcome, Clara," a voice echoed softly, resonating through the grove. It was a voice filled with warmth and wisdom, like the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. Clara looked around, her heart beating with a mixture of excitement and reverence. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied, "guardian of the secrets and stories that dwell within these trees. You have been chosen by the Locket of Light, for your heart is pure and your spirit brave." Clara felt a swell of pride and responsibility at the spirit's words. "What must I do?" she asked, her determination evident. "The locket will guide you," the spirit answered. "There is a story that needs to be told, a truth that must be revealed. Follow your heart, Clara, and let the light within you shine." With the spirit's words echoing in her heart, Clara and Finn continued their journey. The locket's glow illuminated their path, revealing wonders that filled Clara with awe. A stream that sang as it flowed over smooth stones, birds that spoke in riddles, and trees that shared tales of old. It was during these explorations that Clara met another traveler in the woods, a young boy named Leo, who had also been drawn by the magic of the forest. Leo was adventurous and kind, with a quick smile and a heart full of dreams. Though they came from different worlds, Clara and Leo found in each other a kindred spirit, and a bond of friendship quickly formed. Together, the trio ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, their laughter and curiosity lighting up the forest. With each step, Clara felt herself growing, her understanding of the world expanding like the branches of the ancient trees above her. One day, as they rested by the banks of a sparkling stream, Clara confided in Leo about the locket and the spirit's message. Leo listened intently, his eyes bright with interest. "Perhaps the story is about us," Leo suggested thoughtfully. "Maybe we're meant to discover something together." Clara nodded, feeling the truth in Leo's words. "Yes," she agreed. "Together, we can uncover the secrets of the Whispering Woods." And so, with renewed purpose, Clara, Finn, and Leo continued their quest, the locket's glow guiding them towards a destiny intertwined with the magic of the forest. Each day brought new discoveries. A hidden glen filled with flowers that glowed in the moonlight, a tree that sang of forgotten dreams, and a waterfall that sparkled like liquid silver. Through their adventures, Clara learned the value of friendship and the power of shared dreams. With Leo and Finn by her side, she felt a strength and courage she had never known, a light that shone from within, guiding her through the mysteries of the forest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara felt a familiar warmth emanating from the locket. She looked at Finn and Leo, who nodded in understanding. Together they followed the light, which led them to a secluded glade untouched by time. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone altar, its surface etched with runes that glowed softly in the twilight. The air was charged with a powerful energy, and Clara felt the presence of the spirit once more, a comforting presence that filled her heart with peace. "You have come far, Clara," the spirit's voice echoed, gentle and wise. "The story you seek is one of friendship and courage, a tale of light that has been forgotten." Clara stepped forward, her heart steady and sure. "We are ready," she said, her voice filled with determination. "Let us uncover the truth." As the words left her lips, the locket began to pulse with a radiant light, illuminating the glade and the ancient altar. The runes glowed brighter, and the air shimmered with a magic that seemed to transcend time. The spirit's voice rose, weaving a story that resonated through the forest, a tale of a friendship that defied darkness, of hearts that shone with a light that could not be extinguished. It was a story of hope and unity, of the magic that dwells within every soul waiting to be awakened. As the story unfolded, Clara felt the light within her grow, a warmth that filled her with a sense of purpose and belonging. She realized that the locket had not only guided her through the Whispering Woods, but had also awakened the light within her, a light that was a part of the forest, a part of the world, and a part of every friendship she cherished. With the story's end, the glade was filled with a gentle glow, a reflection of the light that now shone within Clara, Leo, and Finn. The spirit's voice echoed one last time, a blessing and a promise. "Remember, Clara, the light within you is a beacon that will guide you through the darkest times. Cherish your friendships, for they are the true magic of the world." As the spirit's presence faded, Clara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She turned to Leo and Finn, her heart overflowing with gratitude and love. "Thank you," Clara whispered, her voice filled with emotion, "for everything." Together, they left the glade, the whispering woods echoing with the spirit's blessing and the promise of new adventures yet to come. As they walked, Clara felt a deep connection to the world around her, a bond forged through friendship, courage, and the light within her heart. And so, with the sun setting gently behind the hills and the stars beginning to twinkle in the sky, Clara and her friends made their way back to the village of Willowbrook. The air was filled with the soft songs of the evening, and the scent of lilacs danced on the breeze. Clara knew that her journey had only just begun, but she was no longer afraid. With the locket's light and the friendship of those she loved, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In the quiet of the night, as the world settled into a peaceful slumber, Clara tucked the locket safely beneath her pillow, its gentle glow a comforting reminder of the magic and light within her. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit awakened by the whispering woods, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, knowing that she was never truly alone, for the light of friendship would always guide her way. And thus, the story of Clara, Finn, and Leo became a cherished tale in the village of Willowbrook, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies within the bonds we share and the light we carry in our hearts. Story 31. In the heart of a serene forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced on gentle streams, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was nestled among towering trees that seemed to cradle it in their leafy arms, creating a haven of warmth and tranquility. The air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle chirping of crickets provided a soothing symphony each night. Life in Willowbrook was peaceful, and the villagers were known for their kindness and camaraderie. Among them was a young girl named Nora, who had a curious mind and a heart full of wonder. Her days were spent exploring the winding paths of the forest, her eyes bright with curiosity, and her pockets filled with small treasures she found along the way. One crisp autumn evening, as the last golden rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the village. The ancient willow tree at the edge of the village, which the villagers lovingly called the Guardian, began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. The villagers gathered beneath its boughs, their faces painted with awe and intrigue. Nora, standing at the front of the crowd, felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. The Guardian had always been a symbol of protection and wisdom, and its sudden transformation was both enchanting and mysterious. As the villagers murmured among themselves, speculating on the cause of the phenomenon, a gentle voice broke the hushed conversation. From the shadows emerged an elderly woman named Agatha, known for her knowledge of the old ways and her gentle guidance. Her eyes twinkled like stars as she approached the glowing tree. "Fear not, dear friends," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The Guardian is speaking to us, and we must listen with open hearts." The villagers leaned in closer, eager to hear more. Agatha explained that the glow was a sign of magic at work, a rare occurrence that had not been seen for many generations. It was said that when the Guardian glowed, it was attempting to communicate a message or reveal a mystery that needed unraveling. Nora, fascinated by the prospect of a mystery, approached Agatha with a determined glint in her eye. "How can we understand what the Guardian is trying to tell us?" she asked, her voice filled with both eagerness and respect. Agatha smiled warmly at the young girl. "The Guardian speaks in its own language, dear Nora. We must observe the world around us, for the answers often lie in the smallest of details." With Agatha's wise words in mind, Nora set out the next morning, determined to uncover the mystery of the glowing tree. She wandered through the forest, her eyes keenly observing the vibrant tapestry of life that surrounded her. The rustling leaves, the playful squirrels, and the babbling brook all seemed to hold secrets of their own. As she walked along a sun-dappled path, Nora noticed something peculiar. The animals of the forest were behaving unusually. The birds, typically melodious in their morning songs, were silent, and the deer seemed to linger at the edges of the forest, their ears twitching with caution. Intrigued, Nora followed their gaze and discovered a small, hidden glade she had never seen before. At the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, each one engraved with intricate runes that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. Nora felt a thrill of discovery, certain that the glade was somehow connected to the Guardian's glow. Just then, a soft rustling behind her made Nora turn. There, emerging from the underbrush, was a creature of pure enchantment, a small, winged fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight. Its eyes, a deep, knowing blue, met Nora's with a gaze that was both wise and kind. "Hello, little one," the fox said, its voice as soft as the breeze. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this forest. I sense you seek the truth behind the guardian's glow." Nora nodded, her heart racing with excitement. "Yes, I do. Can you help me understand what it means?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "The stones hold the key to the guardian's message. They are the echo stones, and each rune represents a part of the tale the guardian wishes to tell." With Lyra's guidance, Nora began to study the runes, tracing her fingers over the cool stone as she listened to the fox's gentle explanations. Each rune revealed a fragment of a story of balance and harmony, of how the forest and the village were intertwined, and how the actions of one affected the other. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Nora felt a sense of clarity. She understood now that the glowing tree was a reminder for the villagers to cherish and protect the forest, to live in harmony with all its creatures. With Lyra by her side, Nora returned to the village and shared her discovery with the villagers gathered around the guardian. Her words, filled with the wisdom of the forest, resonated with the hearts of all who listened. The villagers, touched by the tale, vowed to honor the message of the guardian, ensuring that Willowbrook and the forest would remain a sanctuary for generations to come. As the evening drew to a close, the glow of the guardian began to fade, leaving behind a soft, comforting light that enveloped the village in warmth. Nora, feeling a deep sense of peace, knew that the mystery had been solved not just through her efforts, but through the wisdom of her new friend Lyra and the guidance of wise Agatha. With hearts full of gratitude and understanding, the villagers returned to their homes, their dreams filled with visions of a world where magic and kindness intertwined in perfect harmony. And Nora, nestled beneath her cozy quilt, drifted into a restful sleep, knowing that she was part of a story far greater than her own, a story of unity, wisdom, and the gentle magic of Willowbrook. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a valley nestled between gentle hills and lush forests, there lay a village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its vibrant green meadows, carpeted in daisies and buttercups that danced in the wind, and its quaint cottages with chimneys that puffed out wisps of smoke like clouds in the sky. Willowbrook was a place where stories whispered with the rustle of leaves, and magic seemed to linger on the breeze. In this village, there lived a young girl named Lila. She had eyes like the deep blue of a midsummer lake, and hair that tumbled down her back in curls the color of chestnuts. Lila was known for her kindness and her insatiable curiosity about the world around her. She spent her days helping her mother in their small garden and wandering through the fields, always looking for something new to discover. One particularly golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and cast long shadows across the land, Lila decided to venture beyond the familiar meadows. She wandered into the forest, where the air was cool and filled with the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. As she walked, Lila stumbled upon a path she had never seen before, hidden beneath a canopy of emerald leaves. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, and she felt an inexplicable pull to follow it. The path wound deeper into the forest, where the light grew soft and dappled, and the world seemed to hold its breath. After a time, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in gentle sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. The branches stretched skyward, adorned with leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the light. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Curiosity sparked in her eyes. Lila approached the box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and flowers, and it seemed to hum with a quiet energy. She reached out, hesitating for a moment before lifting the lid. Inside, she found a small shimmering stone that glowed with a gentle, warm light. As she picked up the stone, a soft voice whispered in her mind, "Guardian of the hidden world, you are chosen." Startled, Lila looked around, but she was alone in the clearing. The voice continued, soothing and wise. This stone is a key, young Lila. It will guide you to a world hidden from the eyes of many, a world where magic is as real as the ground beneath your feet. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Lila's heart raced with excitement and a hint of fear. She wondered what this hidden world could be and what her role as its guardian might entail. Holding the stone tightly, she made her way back to the village, her mind swirling with thoughts and possibilities. That night, as stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Lila lay in her bed, the stone resting on her bedside table. She closed her eyes, and as she drifted into sleep, she felt the stone's warmth spread through her, wrapping her in a cocoon of comfort and dreams. In her dream, she found herself standing at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The water mirrored the sky, reflecting the pale light of the moon and the twinkle of stars. Across the lake, in the distance, she saw a land where colors danced and changed with every heartbeat, where creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely. The voice from the forest spoke again. This is the hidden world, where magic thrives. But the balance is fragile, and darkness seeks to disrupt it. Your journey begins here, dear Lila. Trust in yourself and the friendships you will forge, for they will be your greatest strength. As the dream faded and morning light kissed the world awake, Lila awoke with a sense of purpose. The stone still glowed softly, its warmth a gentle reminder of the path she must take. She knew she couldn't embark on this journey alone, and her thoughts turned to her best friend, Finn. Finn was a boy with a spirit as wild as the wind and a heart as warm as the summer sun. He was always ready for an adventure, his laughter infectious and his loyalty unwavering. Lila found him at the edge of the village, skipping stones across the brook that babbled cheerfully along its course. "Finn," she called, her voice a blend of excitement and urgency. "I've discovered something incredible, and I need your help." Finn turned, his eyes bright with curiosity. "What is it, Lila? Another one of your adventures?" Lila held out the stone, its light casting a halo around her hand. "This is more than an adventure, Finn. It's a journey to a hidden world, a place where magic lives, and I think we're meant to protect it." Finn's eyes widened, and a grin spread across his face. "A hidden world? Magic? Sounds like the best adventure yet. Count me in." With Finn by her side, Lila felt a surge of confidence. Together, they would step into the unknown, guided by the light of the stone and the strength of their friendship. The next day, as dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lila and Finn set out on their journey. They followed the path through the forest, guided by the stone's gentle glow. It led them deeper into the woods until they reached the clearing and the ancient oak. Standing before the tree, Lila held the stone aloft, and its light grew brighter, enveloping them in a radiant glow. The air shimmered, and a portal formed at the base of the tree, its surface rippling like water. With a shared glance filled with determination and wonder, Lila and Finn stepped through the portal. They found themselves standing on the shore of the same shimmering lake from Lila's dream, the hidden world stretching out before them in all its magical splendor. The land was alive with vibrant colors and sounds. Trees with leaves of every hue swayed in a gentle breeze that carried the sweet scent of blossoms. Creatures of all kinds, some familiar and others fantastical, roamed the landscape. Lila and Finn marveled at the sight, their hearts swelling with awe. Suddenly, a creature resembling a fox, but with fur that glowed like embers, approached them. It regarded them with wise golden eyes, and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Welcome, guardians. I am Ember, a guide of this realm. It is a great honor to meet you." Lila and Finn exchanged a look of disbelief and joy. "Thank you, Ember," Lila replied, her voice filled with gratitude. "We are here to help, but we don't know where to begin." Ember nodded, understanding their uncertainty. "Darkness has crept into our world, casting shadows where there once was light. It seeks to consume the magic that sustains us. You must journey to the heart of the hidden world and restore the balance." Finn nodded eagerly, his adventurous spirit undeterred. "We'll do whatever it takes, but how do we find the heart of this world?" Ember gestured to a path that wound through the landscape, its stones glistening like stars. "Follow the path of light. Along the way, you will face challenges that will test your courage and wisdom. Remember, you are not alone. The friendships you form will guide you." With Ember by their side, Lila and Finn set off, their hearts buoyed by a sense of purpose. As they journeyed, they encountered many wonders: fields of flowers that sang in harmony, rivers that flowed with colors of the rainbow, and creatures that shared their stories and wisdom. Each step brought them closer to the heart of the hidden world, and with each challenge they faced, their bond grew stronger. They learned to trust in their instincts and in each other, finding strength in their friendship. One day, as they traveled through a forest where the trees whispered ancient tales, they came upon a clearing where a shadow loomed. It was a creature of darkness, its form shifting and swirling like smoke. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and it seemed to feed on the magic around it, casting the once vibrant forest into gloom. Lila felt a chill run down her spine, but she stood firm, the stone in her hand glowing brighter than ever. Finn, standing by her side, faced the creature with unwavering determination. "We must not let it consume the magic," Lila said, her voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at her. Ember, who had been guiding them, whispered, "The darkness can only be banished by the light of truth and friendship. Stand together and let your light shine." Lila nodded, understanding the wisdom in Ember's words. She reached out to Finn, and together they focused on the warmth of their friendship, the light of the stone joining their hearts and minds. The creature of darkness faltered, its form wavering as the light of Lila and Finn's bond shone brighter, casting away the shadows. With a final surge of courage, they stepped forward, their unified light banishing the darkness, restoring the magic to the forest. As the shadows dissipated, the trees sighed with relief, their leaves regaining their vibrant colors. Lila and Finn stood together, their hearts filled with the knowledge that they had taken a step closer to restoring balance to the hidden world. They continued their journey, their resolve strengthened by the challenges they had overcome. Along the way, they met others who joined their quest: a wise old owl with feathers that gleamed like silver, a playful sprite with laughter like tinkling bells, and a gentle giant whose footsteps shook the earth but whose heart was as tender as a spring blossom. Together, this motley band of friends faced the trials that awaited them, their bonds growing deeper with each step. They learned the importance of trust and understanding, of listening to one another and embracing their differences. Through their journey, they discovered that true magic lay not in power, but in the connections they forged and the love they shared. Finally, after many days and nights, they arrived at the heart of the hidden world. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the sky met the earth in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air hummed with a melody only the heart could hear. But there at the center of it all, a great shadow loomed, threatening to engulf the light. It was the source of the darkness, a being born of fear and despair, feeding on the magic of the world. Lila and Finn knew that this was the final challenge, the moment that would define their journey. They stood together, their friends by their side, the stone glowing with the light of their friendship and courage. "We must face it together," Lila said, her voice steady and filled with hope. Finn nodded, his eyes meeting hers with unwavering trust. Together, we're stronger than any darkness. As they stepped forward, the shadow surged, trying to envelop them in its despair. But Lila, Finn, and their friends stood firm, their hearts united in purpose. They reached deep within themselves, drawing on the love and light they had discovered along their journey. The stone in Lila's hand shone with an intensity that rivaled the sun, the warmth spreading through them all, banishing the cold grip of fear. The shadow recoiled, its form shrinking as the light of friendship and hope washed over it. With one final brilliant burst, the shadow was dispelled, its darkness evaporating into nothingness. The heart of the hidden world was restored, its magic flowing freely once more, vibrant and alive. The land rejoiced, the colors brighter than ever, the air filled with the song of life and renewal. Lila, Finn, and their friends stood together, their hearts filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. As they gazed upon the beauty of the hidden world, Ember spoke, his voice gentle and filled with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, Guardians. The magic of this world is safe, thanks to your courage and friendship." Lila smiled, her heart light and free. "We couldn't have done it without each other. It was our journey, our bond, that made it possible." Finn nodded, his eyes shining with pride. and we'll always be here to protect it together. With their mission complete, Lila and Finn knew it was time to return home. They bid farewell to their new friends, promising to visit and keep the hidden world safe. As they stepped back through the portal, the light of the stone guiding them, they emerged in the familiar forest, the ancient oak standing watch over the clearing. The sun had begun to set, casting the world in a warm golden glow. Lila and Finn made their way back to Willowbrook, their hearts filled with the magic of their journey and the bonds they had forged. They knew they had changed. Their understanding of friendship and courage deepened by their adventure. And so, life in Willowbrook continued, the village as vibrant and peaceful as ever, but with a new sense of wonder and possibility. Lila and Finn carried the light of the hidden world within them, their friendship a beacon of hope and magic. As they sat together on a gentle hill, watching the stars twinkle in the night sky, they knew that their journey was just the beginning. For in every rustle of leaves, in every whisper of the wind, the promise of magic lingered, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and the courage to believe. And so they lived, guardians of both worlds, their friendship a testament to the power of love and the magic that resides in every heart. Story 33. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced through the canopy like golden butterflies, there lay a village untouched by the hurry of the outside world. The forest was a place of whispers and secrets, where the gentle rustling of leaves spoke of olden times, and the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of pine and moss. It was within this woodland embrace that the village of Eldergrove thrived, its people living in harmony with the natural wonders surrounding them. In this village, there was a young girl named Lyra, known for her curious spirit and heart as bright as the morning sun. Lyra had an affinity for the forest that bordered her village like a protective wall, and she spent her days exploring its winding paths and listening to the stories the wind carried through the trees. Her best friend, Finn, was a boy with a heart as big as the sky and a laugh that could melt the coldest winter. One day, as the pair wandered deeper into the woods than they ever had before, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was an old, weathered chest, its surface covered in moss and lichen. The chest seemed to hum with a quiet, hidden energy, as if it held secrets from a time long past. "What do you think is inside?" asked Finn, his eyes wide with excitement. Lyra knelt beside the chest, brushing away the moss with gentle fingers. "I don't know," she replied, her voice a soft whisper of wonder, "but I feel like it's something special." With a shared glance of anticipation, they opened the chest, its hinges creaking like the sigh of an old friend. Inside, nestled in a bed of silk that had long since faded to the color of twilight, lay a beautifully carved wooden flute. Its surface was smooth and cool to the touch, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled light. As Lyra lifted the flute from its resting place, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a connection to the forest deeper than she had ever known. She placed the flute to her lips and played a hesitant note. To her surprise, the sound was not just music. It was as if the forest itself began to sing with her, each leaf, each twig, each creature adding its voice to the melody. "Lyra, this is no ordinary flute," Finn breathed, listening in awe as the forest awakened around them. Over the following days, Lyra and Finn discovered the true magic of the flute. With each tune Lyra played, the world around them transformed. Streams sparkled with laughter, flowers swayed in harmony, and the very earth beneath their feet seemed to pulse with life. The flute not only brought joy to the forest, but also drew out the kindness in the hearts of those who heard its song. However, as with all things magical, the flute held a mystery. Lyra noticed that each time she played, the forest seemed to guide her, hinting at a path she had never noticed before, a path that seemed to beckon her toward something unknown. It was as if the flute was leading her on a journey, one that would change her forever. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of sunset, Lyra felt a pull stronger than ever. "I think the flute wants to show us something," she said to Finn, who nodded with understanding. Together they followed the path revealed by the music, winding deeper into the heart of the forest than they had ever dared to go. The path was lined with ancient trees whose branches formed a leafy cathedral overhead, and the ground was soft with a carpet of fallen leaves. The air was alive with the scent of adventure and mystery. After what felt like hours, the path opened into a hidden glade, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight. At the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching toward the heavens like a prayer. At its base lay a shimmering pool, the surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the stars above. "It's beautiful," Finn said, his voice hushed with awe. "I feel like we've found something important." Lyra nodded, her heart full of wonder and a sense of belonging. "I think this is why the flute led us here," she whispered. As she played a soft melody on the flute, the pool began to ripple, and an ethereal figure emerged from its depths. The figure was that of an elderly woman, her eyes wise and kind, her presence as comforting as a grandmother's embrace. "Welcome, children," the woman said, her voice like the gentle rustle of autumn leaves. "I am the guardian of this forest, and you have awakened me from my slumber." Lyra and Finn exchanged glances of wonder and curiosity. "We didn't mean to disturb you," Lyra said, lowering the flute. The guardian smiled. "You have not disturbed me, dear one. You have brought me hope and joy. The flute you hold is the heart of the forest, a gift bestowed upon those pure of heart. It is said that its music can heal and unite, and you have proven its power." "But why us?" Finn asked, his brow furrowed in thought. "Because you, like this forest, are filled with kindness and a desire to protect and nurture," the guardian replied. "The heart of the forest has chosen you to be its keepers. With it, you can bring harmony to the world beyond these woods." Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "We'll do our best," she promised, her voice strong and true. The guardian nodded, her form beginning to fade like a mist in the morning sun. "Remember, the true magic lies not in the flute, but in your hearts. Use it wisely." With that, the guardian vanished, leaving Lyra and Finn alone in the moonlit glade. The air was filled with a sense of peace and possibility, and as they made their way back home, they knew their lives had been forever changed. In the days that followed, Lyra and Finn shared the flute's magic with their village. They played at gatherings and celebrations, their music weaving a spell of unity and joy. The villagers, once divided by small quarrels and misunderstandings, found themselves brought together by the harmony of the heart of the forest. But it was not just the village that felt the change. The forest itself, once a place of hidden secrets and shadows, became a sanctuary for all who ventured within. Animals that were once timid and shy now greeted visitors with gentle curiosity, and the trees, so ancient and wise, seemed to whisper words of encouragement and love to those who would listen. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lyra and Finn grew into wise and compassionate leaders of their village, their bond as strong as the roots of the great trees that surrounded them. They taught others to listen to the whispers of the forest, to find the magic within their own hearts, and to cherish the bonds of friendship and love. And so, the village of Eldergrove flourished, a beacon of hope and harmony in a world often filled with chaos and doubt. The heart of the forest remained a symbol of the power of kindness and the beauty of a world united by love. And on quiet nights, when the moon was high and the stars danced in the velvet sky, the gentle strains of a flute could be heard weaving through the trees, a reminder of a time when two brave children followed their hearts and discovered the true magic of the world around them. In the quiet embrace of the forest, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, Lyra and Finn had found their place in the world, a place where dreams were born and the promise of a brighter tomorrow was written in the stars. And so, their story became a legend, whispered through the leaves and carried on the wind, a tale of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic of the heart. Story 34. Beneath the verdant canopy of the whispering wood, where sunlight filtered through leaves like liquid gold, there lay a hidden world brimming with life and gentle magic. The forest was a vast, breathing entity, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of nature itself. Here, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, lived creatures unknown to the human eye, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Gaius, whose shell was etched with patterns that resembled the rings of ancient trees. Gaius was the guardian of the forest's secrets, a gentle soul who moved with the slow, deliberate grace of one who understood the true pace of the world. His eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons, and his presence brought a sense of calm to all who crossed his path. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed in a dance of colors and sensations. Spring arrived with a gentle whisper, coaxing buds from their slumber and filling the air with the sweet perfume of blossoms. Birds returned from their winter retreats, their songs weaving through the branches like a tapestry of joy. It was in this season of rebirth that Gaius would gather the younglings of the forest, fawns with their delicate spots, wide-eyed rabbits, and curious fox cubs, to share the stories of the earth. One particular spring, as a gentle breeze caressed the emerald leaves, Gaius began his tale under the shade of the ancient oak, whose roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring the forest in place. "Listen closely, my friends," he began, his voice a soothing murmur that blended with the rustling leaves, for the forest has much to teach us about balance and harmony. The creatures gathered closer, their ears perked and eyes wide with anticipation. Gaius spoke of the cycle of life, how each creature, from the tiniest ant to the majestic stag, played a role in maintaining the forest's harmony. He told of the bees, diligent workers who flitted from flower to flower, spreading life with each brush of their wings. He spoke of the great bear who slumbered through winter's chill, conserving energy and emerging in spring to feast on the forest's bounty. As Gaius spoke, the forest seemed to come alive around them. A gentle rain began to fall, its droplets shimmering like diamonds as they landed on leaves and petals. The scent of rain mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor, creating a symphony of scents that spoke of growth and renewal. As the story unfolded, Gaius shared the wisdom passed down through generations. "We are but caretakers of this world," he said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The forest gives us life, and in return, we must protect its delicate balance. Remember, dear ones, that every action has a ripple, affecting the world in ways we may not see." The young creatures listened intently, their hearts swelling with the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. They understood that in this world of magic and wonder, it was their duty to tread lightly and cherish the gifts of the forest. As the rain subsided and the sun peeked through the clouds, casting rainbows that danced across the forest floor, Gaius concluded his tale. "Go now," he encouraged, "and embrace the lessons of the forest. Share what you have learned, and let the wisdom of the earth guide your steps." With that, the young creatures dispersed, their spirits lifted by the promise of spring and the knowledge that they carried within them. As they scampered away, the forest hummed with life, a vibrant chorus of sounds and scents that celebrated the beauty of the natural world. Gaius watched them go, his heart filled with the quiet satisfaction of having shared his wisdom. He knew that the forest would endure, its balance maintained by the generations of creatures who called it home. And as he settled back into the mossy earth, he felt the gentle embrace of the forest around him, a reminder that in this world of magic and mystery, peace and harmony were always within reach. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. "Why must things change?" she would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers, and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 36. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, She felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land. its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land. its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet embrace of a peaceful village, there lived a curious young girl named Marin. She was known throughout her village for her boundless curiosity and gentle heart, always seeking the wonder hidden in the world around her. Her home was a quaint, ivy-clad cottage on the edge of the village, where the forest began to weave its tapestry of emerald greens and earthy browns. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun cast its warm glow upon the colorful leaves, Marin set off on a new adventure. She had heard tales of an extraordinary place deep within the woods, a place where the ordinary rules of the world did not apply, where trees whispered secrets and streams laughed in silvery tones. Armed only with her trusty satchel and a sense of wonder, she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. As Marin walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, painting dapple patterns on the forest floor. Birds sang melodious tunes, their notes weaving through the air like a delicate tapestry. Soon, Marin found herself standing before a peculiar archway formed by entwined branches. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her heart, she stepped through the archway into an enchanting realm beyond. The world beyond the archway was a place of wonder and whimsy. The trees here were unlike any Marin had ever seen, their trunks twisted in spirals and their leaves shimmering with hues of blue and silver. The air was alive with the gentle hum of unseen magic, and the ground beneath her feet felt soft and welcoming. As she journeyed deeper into this fantastical land, Marin encountered creatures of remarkable beauty and charm. A group of tiny luminescent butterflies flitted around her, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. They danced through the air, guiding her along a winding path that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere at once. Along the way, Marin met a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who wore a crown of daisies and spoke in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "Welcome, young traveler," he said with a kind smile. "This is a place where courage and curiosity are rewarded with the discovery of the heart's true desires." Marin felt a warmth spread through her chest at his words, a gentle reassurance that she was exactly where she needed to be. As they talked, Thistle shared stories of the land's wonders and mysteries, and Marin listened with wide eyes and an open heart. As she continued her exploration, Marin came upon a shimmering lake, its surface as smooth as glass. The water seemed to sing with a melody that tugged at her soul, inviting her to come closer. She knelt by the water's edge and saw her reflection staring back at her, surrounded by the beauty of the world she had discovered. In that moment, Marin understood that the true magic of this place lay not just in its beauty, but in the courage it took to seek it out. She realized that every step she had taken, every challenge she had faced, had brought her closer to understanding herself and the world around her. With newfound courage, Marin decided to return home, knowing that her adventure had only just begun. As she retraced her steps, the creatures of the forest bid her farewell, their whispers of encouragement echoing in her heart. When Marin stepped back through the archway, she found herself once again in the familiar embrace of the forest she called home. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm, golden light over the village. She walked back to her cottage, her heart full of the wonders she had seen and the lessons she had learned. That night, as she lay in bed, Marin felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the courage to explore, to seek out the unknown, was a gift she would carry with her always. And as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of the enchanting place beyond the archway, a place where courage and curiosity could lead to the most wondrous of discoveries. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Marin's heart found solace in the knowledge that every journey, no matter how great or small, begins with a single step into the unknown. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders. Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul. With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Story 39. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in golden streams, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven with the rhythms of nature. This forest, known to its inhabitants as the Whispering Woods, was a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical seemed to blur, creating a sanctuary of harmony and wonder. As dawn broke, the forest awoke with a gentle symphony. The rustle of leaves was accompanied by the melodious songs of birds greeting the new day, their tunes carried by the cool, crisp air. Dewdrops clung to the leaves, shimmering like tiny jewels in the morning light, while the earthy scent of the forest floor rose with the mist, a comforting aroma that spoke of life and renewal. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted place was a wise old owl named Bramble. With feathers the color of twilight and eyes that mirrored the moon, Bramble was revered for his knowledge of the forest's ancient secrets. He perched high in the branches of an ancient oak, a tree that had stood for centuries, and witnessed the ever-turning cycle of the seasons. Bramble had seen many things in his lifetime, from the vibrant greens of summer to the fiery hues of autumn, when the forest transformed into a tapestry of gold, orange, and red. But with the passing of each season, Bramble understood that the true magic of the forest lay not just in its beauty, but in the delicate balance that sustained it. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with shades of lavender and rose, Bramble noticed a change in the air. The gentle whispering of the leaves seemed to forewarn of a disturbance, something that threatened the harmony of the whispering woods. Gathering the creatures of the forest for an urgent meeting, Bramble addressed them from his perch. "Friends," he began, his voice as soft and steady as the flow of a tranquil stream, "there is a change upon us, a shift in the balance that we must restore." Among the gathered animals was a young fawn named Willow, whose eyes were wide with curiosity and concern. She listened intently as Bramble explained that a mysterious fog had begun to seep into the forest from the farthest edges, a fog unlike any other. It dulled the vibrant colors of the leaves and silenced the songs of the birds, leaving a stillness that was unsettling. "The fog is not of this world," Bramble continued, "and it is up to us to discover its source and restore the harmony of our home." The creatures murmured among themselves, and it was Willow who stepped forward, her voice as gentle as the rustling grass. "How can we restore the balance, Bramble? What must we do?" Bramble gazed at her with a fondness that spoke of faith in the younger generation. "It will take courage and wisdom, qualities that each of you possesses. We must seek out the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of our woods is at its strongest. There, we may find the answers we seek." With their path set, Willow and a small band of companions, including a clever squirrel named Thistle and a wisecracking rabbit named Clover, set off into the depths of the forest. The journey was not without its challenges, for the fog seemed to cling to their path, casting eerie shadows and muting the vibrant green of the ferns that lined the way. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the companions drew strength from each other. Thistle used his agility to scout ahead, finding trails hidden beneath the underbrush, while Clover's humor lightened their spirits, even as the forest grew darker and more foreboding. The deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to come alive with ancient memories. They passed through groves of trees whose trunks were so wide and old they seemed to hold the very essence of time itself. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, even as the fog attempted to choke it out. Finally, after what felt like days of travel, they reached a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with hues of silver and gold, its leaves whispering secrets of the ages. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of the whispering woods was concentrated, a living testament to the harmony that had existed for centuries. Gathering around the tree, Willow and her friends felt a warmth enveloping them, a gentle assurance that they were not alone. As they touched the bark, a vision unfolded before them, showing a time when the forest was young and the creatures of the earth first came to understand the balance of nature. In this vision, they saw the source of the fog, a forgotten cavern deep beneath the forest floor, where an ancient spirit had been disturbed. This spirit, once a guardian of the earth's secrets, had been awakened by the imbalance caused by the loss of harmony in the outside world. Understanding what needed to be done, Willow and her companions set to work. With guidance from Bramble, who had joined them in spirit, they crafted a blessing from the heart of the forest, a song of renewal and peace that would calm the spirit and restore balance. As they sang, the fog began to lift, dissolving into the air like mist in the morning sun. The colors of the forest returned, vibrant and alive, and the songs of the birds filled the air once more. The heart of the forest glowed brighter, its magic reaffirmed by the courage and unity of the creatures who called the Whispering Woods home. With their mission complete, Willow, Thistle, and Clover returned to their companions, greeted with joy and gratitude. The forest was at peace once more, its balance restored through the wisdom passed down through generations, and the bravery of those who dared to seek it. As night fell, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. And in the heart of the forest, beneath a sky sprinkled with stars, the creatures of the Whispering Woods settled down to rest, knowing that their home was safe and harmony had been restored. In the gentle embrace of the forest, where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony, the creatures dreamed of the adventures yet to come, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of the ages. And so, the Whispering Woods whispered on, a testament to the beauty and balance of nature and the power of unity and peace. Story 40. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. This locket, her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the Whispering Locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the enchanted glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the enchanted glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion. A small, plump rabbit, with fur as white as winter's first snow and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, As the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book, bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy, with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time, and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does. And you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. Welcome back, dear friend, she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. It's good to be home, she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. Anwen, Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us. Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. This is the box of echoes, Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest. Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. Change is not to be feared, dear Marin, the wisps chimed softly. It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves. Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart. The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you. With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning, she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The Whispering Wood and the Lantern of Lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the whispering wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the Lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow illuminating the darkened paths of the whispering wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the Lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the whispering wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Lila felt a connection with the whispering wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Lila whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached, the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the Lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the whispering wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Leela had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the Whispering Wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the Whispering Wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root. Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. What caused this rift? She asked gently. It began with the loss of the Heartstone, the first dryad explained. A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding. Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryad's words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the Whispering Woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the Whispering Woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ila's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Isla found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Isla felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Isla knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Isla stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Isla felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Isla finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Isla lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home." Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. "Look closely, child, and you may find your answer." Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. "Perhaps this is the key to our mystery," she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. "This key matches the music box in the clock tower," he said, eyes widening with realization. "I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell." With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. "Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira." The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. "Thank you, Pippin," Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. "We solved the mystery together." Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. "It was your heart that led the way, Mira." And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terok. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terok. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terok, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Cor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Cor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal. Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life? In time, dear Leora, Berwin said softly. The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth. As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the Teapot of Whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. You have seen what is to be seen and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world. Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. Thank you, she said, her voice now a gentle coo. Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings. Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped, "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. Welcome, Thistle. Their melodic voices chimed in unison. We have been awaiting your arrival. Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the dryads listened with solemn reverence. The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it, they explained. But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest. With a wave of their slender hands, the dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. There lies the source of the shadows, the dryads whispered. Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved. Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Leela found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways. Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, The world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery. As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trilfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The Whimsy Wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure.